Hello. Good morning. How are you? Good. Hello. How are you? Good. So is the PowerPoint and the second point you have to play two videos, one after another. And if you cannot, to do the first feature and then.
Sorry?
The one at the right, also the first, and then.
Okay.
But at the same point, huh? Do we have sound? It'd be nice to have sound.
Yeah.
The world has sound.
One moment. I will figure it out.
It's not essential. It's not possible. That's fine. Ideally, would be sound. You know, like every video deserves a sound.
This one is for the presentation.
So I have a PowerPoint with different slides, and at a certain point I put the first video, and then the second video, and then return.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yes, of course. So this video, this one on the right, is the first one.
Go first. You can really be first.
Jest, można też ale to jest złożność na komputerze, a nie na stronie. A mamy tylko Dziękujemy serdecznie. Do widzenia. Dobra. Dostałam już prezentację tą ostatnią. Teraz... Prawda? Znaczy tak.
Ah, okay.
Kurde, jeszcze tam na zewnątrz i powiem, że już będziemy zaczynać.
Jesteśmy streamowani tak czy inaczej. We mentioned your previous conference Dzisiaj możemy się spóźnić tylko 15 minut. Także nasze kluby na 15.
Good morning. We are about to start the last day of the conference accompanying the 55th AICA Congress. I would like to, as always, thank all of the great participants for keeping up and pushing on. But today I would also like to take a second to thank our technical team, our volunteers. Great thanks to Mr. Tadeusz Sawka, who is with us all the time. You don't see him, but he's here behind this wall, and he's making sure that everything works out fine over here with the laptop, with the projection. So I think he deserves a round of applause. He must be as tired as we are. A great thank you to Paulina Tokarz-Mazurek, our coordinator. Some of you know already, she's a saint. And she also deserves a huge round of applause. Last but not least, definitely, thanks to our volunteers, Anika Krzeczyńska, Aleksandra Marzęta, Patryk Sypek, Iwanejko, Antoni Wala, and Michał Tokarz-Mazurek, who also helped us a little bit with graphic design. We were also supported by Judyta Dąbrowska, Natalia Tokarz, Wojciech Tokarz, Eniko Szuksan, and Siemion Wiśniewski. Thank you, guys. You were amazing, and you are, and thank you very much. And without further ado, I introduce the moderator of today's panel, Professor Ryszard Kluszczyński. And we'll start with new media.
Good morning. We have four speakers for the panel, and we are going to start with the presentation of Anna Olszewska. Anna Olszewska, she is a curator and researcher in the field of humanities and technology based in Krakow. Her research and teaching focus on machine aesthetics and post-growth technology studies. She is affiliated with the Faculty of Humanities, where she runs the Senster Lab Media Art Restoration program. Her current projects converge on collaborative research in machine aesthetics and the development of an infra-institutional framework for creative laboratories. Co-investigator of Edu Via Lab and research projects of the Department of Cultural Studies and Digital Age Research. Her most recent work is on the conceptual background on vision technologies and the politics of the commons. Please. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take advantage of AICA Congress bringing all of you here to make an open call. So this talk basically is intended as introduction and an open call for collaborative research on creative laboratories. So Hegel Labs. I'm going to speak on behalf of a network. So by us, I merely mean the consortium that has been originated in between Science and Technology University in Krakow and Nova Gorica University in Slovenia. Within this consortium, we also have one of the participants of our panel, Barbara Kudračíková, who runs the curating projects and the research in Olomouc, in Contemporary Museum of Art. We stay in connection with researchers in the University of Iceland, Malta University, and Action Culture Europe. So this is the core of the Hegel Lab consortium, but Hegel Labs is also a network of researchers. The grant is only the part of it, and it is I'm proud to think of it. I like to think of it as a spectral network, the real spectral network, where you have different actors, and even during this congress, you have volunteers, people who actually served you with the food, and researchers. So all around, on the different levels of the structures, we have our members and connections. So, but instead of speaking about the submission grant and all these technicalities, I would like to briefly introduce you to the idea of the research on creative labs that we would like to propose and also elaborate collectively. So, particularly, we are interested in the ways of doing. In practices and in protocols. That's why it is about protocols. May I have next slide, please? That's just for the mood. There are two building blocks in terms of framework for Hegel Labs. One comes from the science. One comes from the media art, time-based art, performative art, restoration and curatorship. So there is a scholarship that is organized around the discussion on maintenance and display of the time-based works of art. And another building block comes from the philosophy of science. Science and technology studies, and we are in particular interested in the path of the new experimentalism that has evolved within this framework, not being very much orthodox neither to Latour nor to Jan Hakin, Reinberger. We just adapt it and steal from philosophy of science, to bring it to media art studies. So to introduce the research ideas with these two building blocks, let me start with media art restoration discussion, and go back to the quote and to the provocative question that that has been forgotten for a while now. Now it is back in this area. It is a line made by Nelson Goodman back in the 60s, when he was writing about the language of art. He pointed out that music, unlike painting, there is no such thing as a forgery of a known work. All correct performances are equally genuine instances of the work. So you cannot. So the Goodman idea was that you can forge a painting, you cannot forge a symphony, and the arguments he built from that point are leading to the concept that actually makes a distinction between what later is known as autographic and allographic performances, autographic forms of art and allographic forms of art. Paintings that are created within a series of revisions and studies, but closed in a material form, and scripts. This idea of the composer work, the difference between the composer work done, which is done when the score is written, and visual artist work, which concludes when the painting is ready, has been then adapted in 2000, in the first decade of 2000, 2006, 2010s, by media art restoration experts. Specifically, I'm referring here to Pip Laurenson, where she speaks about, where she refers to Goodman and his distinction between forgeable and non-forgeable art, while devising a program for maintenance and display strategies for time-based media artworks. So Laurenson and others, including Dusan Barok and the network of researchers who are connected, who are working with either archives or exhibition and media art restoration, has put some focus on this concept of allographic and autographic works of art. At the time, highlighting the next point. And the next point is that to research what is happening right now in this very complex and very lively ecosystem of media art and bio art, we need to think about ontology of an artwork. Ontology that in terms of the new forms of artistic activity, not only in terms of the artwork production, is getting more and more complex, more and more interesting, and sometimes more and more vague and hard to be assessed. Can I have the next slide, please? So this was a Philips headquarters research laboratory, NatLab, at the beginning of 20th century, and this is the picture that I took from one of the leading bio art, media art labs, institutions in Europe, Kersnikova, and I took these two photographs together just to create a kind of a mood board in terms of images that are being chosen to present what the lab is doing. Like we have a striking resemblance between the traditional imaginary of scientific lab and media creative bio art labs that we have now. So this is first point is Goodman. Then we travel to Pip Lawrenson and time-based media art restoration 2000, and then we move to the third point, and this is where Hegel Labs would like to come in. This is research about entities that label themselves as media art or bio art labs. And the entities that actually keep on running within this structure of public funding grants, workshops, audience, public rising, audience rising, and some art production. So we are not apologetic in our approach. We propose not an apologetic approach toward the media and bio art labs, but rather the critical. But we are like searching for a concept that could give us some critical assessment of what is happening in the lab as such. And here we come with this second building block of our framework, which is science and technology studies, and the notion of protocol is mentioned there, and it comes from there. Let me remind a very nice. Conclusion of Bruno Latour writing about science and public experiments in 2004. So more or less the same moment when the autographic, allographic, time-based media art concept came. So Latour says, when Galileo modified the classical trope of the Book of Nature, adding that it was written in mathematical characters, little could he anticipate that now we should have to say the Book of Nature is in fact a protocol book, a huge complex ledger that should be written in a mixture of legal, moral, political, and mathematical hieroglyphs. It is a book, but how different it reads. Well, Latour is like the best of the best philosophers in making skillful like analogies and coining the new concepts in terms of like metaphors. But also, we believe that there is something more than metaphor in this notion of protocol that we can apply to the research on creative labs as such. So why dealing with protocols? With protocols which we can generally understand as a set of rules that can regulate either communication or the process that is being undertaken during either artistic creative research or an experiment. So I can bring right now only like two modest arguments for dealing with the protocols while looking at creative area, because we are aware that this experiment in science and experiment in art, they are totally different processes. The basis, the approach, the concept is rather different than the same. We put the same notion on the top of it, but it is distinct. So the first argument for applying the concept of protocol to the research on the labs is that it allows us, we hope that it will allow us to make a critical assessment of creative labs' legacy. And why is that? In laboratories, in these scientific laboratories, protocols are indispensable to assess the value of experiments. So they are made specifically for the evaluation. So they are to point out acceptable methodology and the way of assessing the outcomes. So if protocols are made for evaluation, the art criticism can, based on this multi-scaled ledger, as Latour puts it, might be helpful formula for making the creative labs legacy criticism. Not the works that come out of these labs, but the things that are happening inside, the ways of doing. And the second argument, it would be concise communication. There are lots of projects happening right now, including IMAP, IMARE, that are built around this problem of how to communicate this super complex, long-running projects in media art and bio-art, for example. There is a beautiful line also in Tim Berners-Lee interviews and quotes that the art of creating protocols, those protocols we know from the web, the communication protocols, is that you are very liberal and tolerant about the questions, but very strict when it comes to the answers. And this is also the flavor, the facet of this formula that can be that converge with need for concise and structured communication of the activities taking place in creative labs. So protocols would be a way to secure interoperability, to use these, again, the computer science terms here, between the audience and the labs, between the theory and the practice. And knowing that protocols are by nature eclectic ledgers, the registers of including different forms of inscriptions, we find them as complementary to this idea or the concept of the script proposed by media art restoration. So we have scripts on the one side and the protocols on the other. So to conclude, either you are interested in developing a critique of science-based art, which I think should happen ultimately, or willing to maintain creative lab museum cooperation, maybe Hegel Labs might be for you. Please consider it and get in touch with us. Thank you for your attention.
The second speaker was already announced in the first presentation, Barbara Kondracikova. Barbara is a head of modern art collection in the Olomouc Museum of Art, Central European Forum. Since 2021, she is also an assistant professor at the Department of Art History at Palacký University in Olomouc. She cooperates with the Photography Research Center of the Institute of Art History, Czech Academy of Science in Prague, and works as a freelance curator. Her areas of interest include 20th and 21st century European visual art, technical representations, art history methodology, and analytical approaches to aesthetics. The title of the talk is Museum as a Strange Tool, Finding a Central European Institution for the 21st Century, the Central European Forum case study.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you very much for your time and for your interest. And many thanks to organizers for organizing this Congress, which I find really extremely interesting, and hopefully there will be some connections for future also. I'm very glad that I am following Anna because we are good friends in this field, I think, but also following this path from different perspective. And what I would try to do is bring this thinking about new media, laboratory systems, and so on back to the museum. The institution I represent, and actually the paper is about it because I'm really focusing on the institution as such, is the Olomouc Museum of Art, Central European Forum, the branch which focuses really on the Central European context, but in a general sense. And what I should say at the beginning is that the institution is very traditional. It was established at the beginning of 90s. It still follows this kind of democratic ideal of new institution, new Central Europe, new Europe as such. And for that purposes, actually, the project Central European Forum focused for many years on totalitarian era, on some sort of rehabilitation of this generation, which wasn't able to produce, present, participate in a public space when they were in active years. What we are trying to do, and it's not, I don't want to push this institution, I'm just using it as an example of the institution which is modest, which is not too big, which is still state-funded, which is quite important, but which operates in a regional city which is historic, which is very complex, which is rural in basics, and this is something which really plays a main role in which ways the institution actually is choosing for the future development. What I use is some sort of methodological base. Some names were already mentioned. I would like to add one more, and it's Alvan Weh, American philosopher coming from perception studies, neurosciences, and so on, but also dealing somehow with aesthetics and with formation studies and so on, also institutional studies. And I especially like his book, which I present, Strange Tools. I also use this kind of title, a metaphorical title for my presentation, so I'm trying to follow his path. And the main point of his studies is, it's a pragmatic approach, I would say, is the organization, the society, human bodies, but the society itself is somehow organized. And this organization is something which is still ongoing. We are still developing it somehow. When we talk about institutional critique, what I would like to propose is to build the critique inside the institution for the future. And for that, I would really like to use new media studies and new media collections, because this is something which, let's say, standard institutions still fighting a little bit at least. So I would like to, if you would be able to keep these sentences in your mind for the next presentation. Yeah, next slide, please. Just to briefly introduce our collections and the museum itself, really briefly. As we are in Poland, I've chosen Abakanowicz as a sample from the collection as such. You can also see our current permanent collection, and you can see they are quite traditional. It's like, let's say, atlas or encyclopedia, covering nets, special names, strategies which were chosen in Central Europe in a narrow sense. We are basically focusing on V4 countries with some overlapping outside. Balkan areas, Yugoslavia, Baltic states, Austria or Germany. We also produce books. This is quite standard still, but for the last, let's say, 5 years, we are opening more and more to current culture, contemporary cultural arts, and we are also dealing with architecture as such. Next slide, please. Thank you. when Anna was talking about structures, structures are the base, right? And when we are talking about some sort of geographical area, about Central Europe, which is very problematic, we can think about it in different perspectives. Central Europe, V4 countries, let's say former Habsburg monarchy and so on, some space in between Germany and Russia. But this is the map from 1903, which is part of Geological Atlas, actually. And I quite like this approach because now we have a completely different idea about what Central Europe means and how we can deal with it. Next slide. Thank you very much. This is another map which is quite current actually, it's online and it's again covering Central Europe in a completely different perspective. So we have again a different structure, different connection we can possibly imaginatively, conceptually, epistemologically make. Another slide brings us back home to the city because this is the other quite important element. We have the institution which operates in a regional city. It's very difficult, as you can imagine, probably, because the region is not a main city, it's not a capital. You are somehow restricted to the areas you are working with. The other thing is that Olomouc is UNESCO city. It's a very old seat. It's archdiocesan seat, army seat, university seat. You have quite a lot of different institutions operating on a very small scale, and then you have this kind of museal institution which somehow come up from this. So because of that, this, let's say, maps and structure, because this is the point, how we can use the institution or how we can think about it on a critical level as a net or a structure which is constantly configuring somehow. On this slide you can see the old part. This is on your right side, and the new part which is going to be built. It's a problem, I can't speak slower. I am sorry for that, I'm not able to speak slower. But I'll try to do my best to be understandable somehow at least. What is the most interesting thing for me in the institutions right now, and this is also the reason why to think about it so much, is that we are going to build a new building. This new building is very, well, I would say critical, very problematic, but I also quite like it because in the Czech Republic we haven't been able to build a new museum building, especially for arts, for the last 100 years. So this is something specific and we are fighting for it. I mean, the institution lasts 15 years. It should have been already built. This is the reason, we can go further, why I'm showing you the cuts, because it's still about cutting the space and somehow, thank you, working with it. Now you can see the old building on the right and new building, which is still only on a paper and proposed on the left side. And as you can see, this is a structure. From outside, from inside, it's still the space we are somehow accumulating together, right? I will follow it. We also have a Platonic cave in this new building, which is also very controversial, but I can imagine we are playing with it somehow at least. Now you can see the spaces itself with different roles, different functions and so on, although the people are moving still the same, right? So no change, but at least you can see the system, how it should work in the future. This is another methodological approach I would like to present. It's not new, again, it's let's say associative history of art or art history. Tomáš Pospíšil, his book, which is quite famous, I would say, also translated into English, which dealt after 2000 with this kind of aesthetic similarities between East and Western art and how we always, you know, end up with, let's say, wrong interpretation because we see these aesthetic similarities but don't see what is inside and what's different, of course. And I would like to use the word parallax, this kind of a different position, non-habitual spaces, different interpretation which brings it to us, which of course is connected with structures. You are thinking about the structure from different position. And now I'm going finally to new media, at least broadly speaking, because in 2009, when the project of Central European was proposed, Czech Republic 5 years before that entered the European Union, and we applied for the funding for the building and the whole project, which should have been in that time very, very generous. It didn't succeed, also because of the Ministry of Culture of Czech Republic, which had quite a problem with that. But we succeeded to enter a virtual space. And right in the 2010, we established a database, which we still use, sometimes at least. It's based on classical art historical approaches, so we are choosing special person, personals, context, netting the system, and so on, but also bringing new approaches, new possibilities, which we can find in virtual spaces. For that, or maybe another way, The database is also used for new projects we propose, sometimes, as I said, for the last time in 2021, when we started a project called New Media Museums. The point is that the Olomouc Museum of Art still do not have the proper collection of new media artworks, and it's quite broad the problem. The institution in our region, in our scale, weren't interested, let's say, in new media arts because of the maintenance problem, because of the economical problem, and so on. So it's still something which is somehow outside this institution, much better reflected in the context of NGOs, private individuals, and so on. But for that, for the idea of establishing a new collection and also somehow rebuild the old narrative of the institution via new media, this is the reason why I would like to speak about new media in the context of the museum. We established this kind of a net. This net is very broad. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, perfect. And this project was based on a cooperation of different institutions from different fields. It was based on the cooperation of the Slovak National Gallery of VRO here in Wrocław in Poland. Dusan Barok was already mentioned, he was a leader of the project. C3 in Hungary, and then finally it was PAF festival, which covers video art mainly. So we have NGOs, we have state-funded institutions, we have individuals who are interested in new media as such, and trying to rethink the position of a collecting institution, how they can develop in this context, and what can this bring to them? Because if we enter with new media into the standard institutional practices, it always changes us. We have to redevelop the whole system of taking care of the artworks and think about the space. These are some works we have in the collection. Stanislav Zipe, you can imagine who don't know him, he's a sculptor basically, working since the middle of the 60s. You can imagine his work in the context of Zero, let's say, or Dvizhenie, this kind of groups. We have works by Federico Diaz, Czech-Argentinian artist who is quite a prolific, I think, and he's also, which is quite interesting, working on the new building of the museum. This is actually how Federico Diaz's work looks like in the collection, of course. We have also these kind of pieces which are somewhere in between new media, metamedia in the context of Miloš Wojciechowski or Arbrit even, which are playing somehow in the space. And this is the proceeding which somehow come up from the cooperation and which really has the potential to change the institution as such. It's online, it's for free, you can browse it, read it if you are interested in that. It somehow covers the situation of new media in Central Europe from the institutional practices to restoration practices to presenting practices. And I think it's extremely interesting because it also deals with three-dimensional objects, it deals with media arts as such, video art and so on, sound works and so on. So it really is a broad field. And from that, I'm going back to the institution, which I find to be a structure as such. I would like to incorporate this kind of critical thinking inside it. I would like to work with this kind of institution around the museum itself, although they are coming from different fields, different contexts, different situations, and we'll see what comes of that. But I do feel that new media approaches, collaboration, thinking in between science, philosophy, and our historical practices can really bring us something new. So we'll see how it's going to work, and Hegel Labs actually is something we would like to test it with. So stay with us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hora Avram. He is an art historian, media theorist, and independent curator. He researches and writes about art and visual culture in relationship with media technology. Associate professor at the Department of Cinema and Media, Faculty of Theatre and Film, Cluj University. His recent publications include books Orlan, Le Film de Saint-Orlan, 2022, Negotiable Perspective, Essays and Commentaries on Contemporary Artistic Practices, 2021, Moving Images, Mobile Bodies, The Poetics and Practice of Corporeality in Visual and Performing Arts, 2018. He has contributed to Encyclopedia of Aesthetics, Oxford University Press, 2014, Theorizing Media Visual Studies, Writing for the Discipline, New York 2000, Routledge, 2013, Encyclopedia of Imaginaries in Romania, 2020. He was Research Fellow of the New Europe College Institute for Advanced Study in the Humanities and Social Sciences, Curator for Romania at the Venice Biennial 1999, member of various professional associations. Welcome.
All right. There are some glasses over here. Oops, sorry about that. Thank you, Richard, for the presentation. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate AICA Poland, Małgorzata and Arkadiusz and the team for this great Congress. It's a tremendous effort we now to put all these together. It's amazing. My presentation is entitled Automatism, Automation, Authorship, Artificial Intelligence, Art and its Discontents. I will discuss one of the most recent artistic phenomena in the media technologies ecosystem, one that steered attention and generated heated debates in both popular press and scholarly publication. The debates are mainly associated with and generated especially by the emergence and increasing popularity of various visualization systems available since the summer of 2022 on platforms such as DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, Crayon, Night Cafe, Wombo Dreams, and so on and so on and so on. And also in November 22nd of November 2022, the appearance of the infamous ChatGPT. All of these platforms offer the same type of experience. At their basic level, they allow users to transform the words, prompts, entered by the user on the platform into digital images, static or dynamic, flat or 3D, or in the case of ChatGPT, into text pieces. Images are generated following specific algorithms referring to component elements, type of objects, number of and kind of characters, color, shape, genre, style, technique, atmosphere, and so on. Each resulting image is unique and the variations are practically infinite. Moreover, the access to producing such artistic or non-artistic images is effectively open to anyone, although some platforms have credential protected access or are open to pay subscriptions. Given the tension between personal, that means the subjective input, and machinic, that means collective resourced or mixed response, in other words, the conflicting encounter between individual agency and computer control, a legitimate question is how can we define in these circumstances the very idea of authorship? Can we see AI one of the most effective contestants of the institution of authorship, as Roland Barthes has put it? Idea of the death of the author as an institution. What, in turn, are the consequences of such innovations on our understanding and aesthetic evaluation of the artwork? In other words, how objective art criticism could function in these circumstances. Moreover, to what extent AI affects established notions and practices related to the ethics and intellectual property of the art object. As you can notice, there are big questions. I don't have the ambition to answer them here. I mean, perhaps you should be answered in 3 books. Thick books, no picture, that means serious books. But anyway, I will rather launch a number of hypotheses, of working hypotheses, of thinking paths, rather than providing definite answers to these, once again, quite large questions. I will go through a number of examples of AI, so please click. This is a man taking a photograph with his digital camera, generated by DALL-E, 2022. DALL-E is one of the most popular platforms. It's amazing with the realism, or let's say the the plausible dimension of such an image. This is a French artist, Mathieu Sterne, who did some, produced, this is perhaps the right word, some artificial portraits of persons who actually doesn't exist. What else? Okay, in a completely different approach. This is Lev Manovich. You know Lev Manovich as a media theorist, but he's an artist, or he declares himself an artist as well. So he works a lot with AI recently, and this is one of his production. I sort of like this because of somehow its dramatic actuality, given the conflicts around us. Then this is a Romanian artist who was based in Canada for many years now, works in Stockholm. He's very, very productive artist in the field of AI. This is a portrait that interprets the apparatus portraits of the 17th, 16th, 17th, 18th century more precisely. And here a sort of surrealistic slash expressionist image of a prosthetic face of a sort. This was also I put on the poster of my exhibition that I organized recently, mostly based on, yes, you guessed, on artificial intelligence. These are two other works by the same Titus Hora. Quite amazing in terms of working. It's not they are not simply done on one platform. It's a whole process of producing these images. He uses DALL-E 2, Dream Studio, Stable Diffusion, and so on. So it's a whole process with different stages of working on the images, and the results are all sorts of series with of these kind of images with a sort of surrealist flavor, I would say. From a they choose. It's Irina Baco, a young artist, also a Romanian artist, who produced this series of works. I love that because it's. I also included in the exhibition on a big print, and I printed. The prompt was something with all sorts of stereotypes like muscular male, beach, pink, cakes, and all sorts of things, and the machine brought up this combination of stereotypes. Quite nice. Yes. From a technical point of view, let's say these platforms are based on artificial neural networks, ANNs, which simulate how the brain works to learn and create an image from a text. That's why they are called artificial intelligence. Sorry for this, I don't know, professional tone, but perhaps it's good to say that too. Even if many says that it's an oxymoron to say artificial intelligence like virtual reality, or is virtual reality, or is it artificial or intelligence, but still. Specifically, the artificial intelligence uses two neural networks, one that creates an image and one that judges based on real-life examples of the target image how close the image is to the real thing. After marking the image for accuracy, it sends this information back to the original AI system. For example, the AI model behind DALL-E makes images based on statistical models it has derived from the analysis of approximately 30 million, but 30 million tagged images. But now I don't have recent numbers, but I think it's double right now, which resides on online databases to extract connections between words and pixels. The system can sometimes make mistakes because it lacks a real understanding of how objects should behave in the physical world. Small bits of text are often ambiguous, and AI models don't understand their meaning in the way humans do. And indeed, AI platforms do make mistakes, like actually we do. Okay, speaking about the novelty and both in terms of technical terms and in terms of aesthetics, and and it's true to notice the novelty of this phenomenon, but still we need to contextualize it and then look over the shoulder and then actually identify and to see a little bit that something of what artificial intelligence means today has already some roots in history. And here is my interpretation. I forgot about that. Yeah, go on. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, I forgot about this. But anyway, it's this is a video actually made with artificial intelligence. Go on, please. One more. Yeah. Okay, so I claim that artificial intelligence has two dimensions, which relate to, on the one hand, automatism, characterized by chance related to the avant-garde unconscious, let's say, and the other one is automation, and because it's based on algorithm related to the generative capacities. Both involve a type of transfer of meaning which is based on real or imagined connections between words and their corresponding images. Important to note then, therefore, is that AI is rooted in established art phenomena in the 20th and 21st century, which use the artistic valences of automatism and automation. So, in that sense, perhaps it looks like an upgrade version of some older preoccupations. Click once again, please. Okay. So, automatism, the image is a product of chance. This dimension is characterized by the principle of contiguity. That means on the association, the human mind, the association in the human mind of perceived images and objects. In this case, we are talking about figurative effect. Click. And of course, saying automatism, we automatically have in mind avant-garde, historical avant-garde, more precisely Dada and Dadaism and Surrealism. And this is the recipe of Tristan Tzara, how to make a poem. It's the famous poem, and and the cutout technique was invented by Tristan Tzara more or less, but he was not even the first, and not Willem Burroughs, as so many put it. Anyway, this is another example of the avant-garde, and Jean Arp or Hans Arp entitled the work, including the term hazard, that means chance. Can go on. The famous Trois stoppages de talons by Marcel Duchamp. Works that use works that use psychic automatism in its pure state, as the Surrealist Manifesto has put it. Once more, accents, celebs. Just go through this just to remind ourselves about the Surrealist imagery, because my point is that there are a lot of similarities in terms of visuality, at least, between Surrealist images and some of the Dadaist images and what is produced on AI platforms. The other dimension I define here is image as automatism, image as a generative process. This dimension is characterized by the principle of proximity and adjacency. That means images and objects are interconnected. In this case, we are talking about the generative effect. And here we identify other proximate genres that rely on the direct use of technology, connectivity, visual rigor, careful research, databases, and data visualizations. And this is an older example from 1962 of computer graphics, quite amazing, quite impressive, especially given the year, 1962. And then a different approach, but still based on manipulating codes and databases, is the work of net art by the two Italian artists, Eva and Franco Mattes, which worked under this long name. This is a copy of a website by Yodi.org. So they work a lot with manipulating data. More recent example of generative art is Frederick de Wilde. It's a computer-generated image with a customized software. made from where it uses different algorithms, environmental data, real-time sensor data, etc., etc. And next one, this is work by Urs Fischer. It's Denominator. It's a, let's say, sculpture piece of work using AI. It's a shifting composition that spans the history of the medium from 1950 to today. Through the use of AI algorithms, the commercials, so all the images here are basically commercials, TV commercials. He was fascinated by commercials since he was a kid, and he said, okay, let's use this in a way or another. So through the use of AI algorithms, the commercial have been deconstructed into individual shots, which are then grouped by theme or color and displayed in layered patterns and choreographed sequences. That means he annulled completely their message, their commercial message, and what he kept actually is only the visual aspect. Let's see a short video of the work, and then the other one. Just a few seconds to make an idea how it looks. Perhaps now. Show another short video, and then we'll go back to the images. Please, and we're going to the next image. Yeah. Okay, so this is Refik Anadol, unsupervised, famous and largely discussed piece installed at MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, New York, last year, and it ended this year. And it's basically Anadol trained a sophisticated machine learning model to interpret the publicly available data of MoMA's collection. So what you see is basically data visualization. It's not just an abstract thing over there. He incorporates sites. Moreover, he incorporates site-specific input from the environment of the museum's ground lobby, changes in light, movement, acoustics, and the weather outside to affect the continuity, shifting imagery and sound. So what you've seen, it's basically generated in real time. So it's not a video running, but it's generated in real time. It's quite impressive. Yeah, we've seen in Urs Fischer's work, we see here too, that and we can affirm that AI is actually a sort of art of synthesis, of compilation, selection, and contamination. Artificial intelligence art is derivative, not imitative, and I'm insisting on that because there are so many comments, especially in mainstream and social media, about this, about stealing images, about imitation, and so on. Once again, in my opinion, this AI is derivative, not imitative. I just mentioned this interesting term in the book Artificial Aesthetics, which is a book in progress published online by Lev Manovic and Emanuele Arieli. And they say here, these algorithms do not generate styles of music or painting that are entirely new. Instead, they are instances of what we might call computational mannerism. And this is quite an interesting term, although the authors don't elaborate on this, but I think it's a quite fertile way of discussing artificial intelligence. So, and I'm going to the end of my presentation. This aspect has direct consequences on both the aesthetics of the image and the identity of the author in AI environment. And just two more slides. The famous case, perhaps you know already, Jason Allen, who won a prize in Colorado State Fair Fine Arts competition, and he won the first prize with this work, which is actually an AI work, AI generated work, and he was very happy of the prize. But people in the art world said, "Hey, you took the prize, but you didn't do the work itself." And he responded, "Bien sûr," just quoting from Marcel. He says, "Whether Mr. Matt with his own hands did the work or not, he chose it." Something like that he answered regarding the work. It doesn't matter if he has done with his own hands or through, I don't know, traditional software, but basically he chose it. And I tend to say that he's right. Another interesting case is this one. This is Boris Eldagsen. The electrician is rather known as the electrician. This won a contest, a photography contest, but the artist this time refuses the prize because he says that it's not me who has done the work, it's actually the machine, so I don't deserve the prize. So he turned down this, which is again very interesting and opens, I think, a lot of interesting questions about this. So we can say, together with editor Kevin Kelly, that it's no exaggeration to call images generated with the help of AI as co-creations. Moreover, media art theorist Lucas Wilder points out that, and here I quote, "Images can no longer be understood as distinct material digital artifacts, but instead appear as networked interfaces between human and non-human actors, including platforms, databases, and corporations, within heterogeneous dispositives, assemblages, or socio-technological configuration." But this is also what worries most critics of AI, the human-machine contamination and the disappearance of the author altogether. But I would see perhaps this criticism as rather a reminiscence of the Renaissance anthropocentrism and the romantic aversion to the machine, but also to the postmodern skepticism vis-à-vis technology than to arguments specific to the 21st century most of the time. We can indeed, nevertheless, we can indeed talk about the redefinition of author on different levels. Also, although some aspects remain the same. First, those regarding the intentionality, meaning creation, subjectivity are still there. Regarding the lack of human touch, heated debated, we have important precedents. For example, ready-mades, right? Pop art series of serigraphies, for example, computer graphics, conceptual art, net art, and so on. Another question was frequently formulated: are we facing another death of the author, as Roland Barthes has put it? And here I quote from Roland Barthes: "A text's unity lies not in its origin, but in its destination." That sounds very artificial intelligence, but still, Roland Barthes, we know, he referred to something totally different. Is that the accent put on a text and not on the author as a biological and biographical human being. So it's not the same thing over here. So it's not the erasure of the institution of the author, as Barthes has put it, but a certain relativization of his or her role. Also remember, for example, Michel Foucault's "What is an Author?",
who actually goes on the same ways like Roland Barthes, and he says the author is a fiction invented by a critic to provide unifying principles that sets limits to the text's infinite meaning. So I think it's interesting to reread both Barthes and Foucault in its context, without perhaps embracing necessarily their opinions. One sort of conclusion we can take here, or we can formulate here, is that after all, AI is just a tool. At least this is what all the artists mention and insist upon. And I claim that the delegation of artists' role to the computer and the problematic identification of authorship through automatism and automation affects not only the ideas of authorship, unicity, originality, and the pricing of the artwork, but it also plays a role in fueling the crisis of modern institutions' legitimacy and functionality. More exactly, I consider that AI is able to radically disrupt the traditional role of the institutions such as galleries, museums, biennials, and collections, conceived structurally on individualities or uniqueness and originality and intrinsic value assigned to the art object. We will see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ra. The final speaker in the session is Deborah Schultz, PhD. She's a senior lecturer in art history at Regent University London. Her research explores institutional critique, photographic practices and archives, and the representation of memory in 20th century and contemporary art. Her PhD thesis at the University of Oxford was published as Marcel Brothers, Strategy and Dialogue, and she is the convener with Andrew Chesser of the conference London's Art Networks and Marcel Brothers in the 1970s, London 2023. Other recent and forthcoming publications include Photo Archives and the Place of Photography, edited with Geraldine Johnson, Routledge 23, the Art Fair booth as curated social space in the Art Fair, The Rise of a Global Phenomenon, 2023, Art and Place, Crossing Borders in the work of Pajot, Art, January 22, and Proximity and the Viewer in Contemporary Curating Practices, 2017. She is a regular contributor to Art Monthly. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you again to our amazing conveners who have organized such a fantastic program and taken really good care of us this week. Maybe I need to move this. So the paper I'm going to give, I wasn't sure how it fitted this session because I wouldn't describe the works I'm going to talk about as media art, but I think we will find some connections with what Horea mentioned regarding the birth of the reader and this sort of shift of focus, which is loosely interpreted in many ways. So I think that will come clear. So art museums today, as we've discussed many times this week, are facing various challenges, including the need to decolonize and attract a diverse audience. These challenges raise questions such as what should the museum collect or exhibit, and how should it display works to the public? Both of these challenges point to a reconsideration of the role of the museum in the world today. So this paper explores these issues by focusing on the responses of two artists and two particular works, both of which may be described as immersive. In employing an immersive format, they take into account the works as well as the institution's relationship with the public. Both address the institutions in which they are located and those institutions' collections from a post-colonial perspective. So at a time when institutions need to decolonize their displays while attracting contemporary audiences, this paper explores the ways in which immersive works do so, and raises questions in particular regarding the experience of the viewer. Does immersive art necessarily entail a higher level of engagement on the part of the viewer? To what extent is the immersive an effective tool in raising awareness regarding museums and their collections? So both of the works I'm going to discuss were on show in London this past spring. Next slide, please. Grace Nedoritu's The Healing Pavilion was at the Wellcome Collection and directly connected with the institution itself by including wooden panels from the recently deinstalled Medicine Man display. This display was part of the display from Henry Wellcome's collection. Henry Wellcome amassed through the late 19th and early 20th century a vast collection of historical medical items from around the world. The Medicine Man display was part of the original display at the Wellcome Collection, put in place in 2007 when the collection was open to the public. But by 2021, it was considered problematic by the institution itself in its focus on the central figure of Wellcome, whose collection and method of collecting were both shaped by a colonial gaze. So the institution itself stated this approach focused attention on the person who collected the objects rather than on where they came from, who created them and why, and therefore their full context was obscured. So it closed that display quite suddenly earlier this year. I'm pretty certain Nedoritu's show would already have been planned, but she used the wooden paneling from that Medicine Man display in her work. And in this way, it resembles some other works in which she's used wooden paneling. She had a large show at SMAC in Antwerp earlier this year, and you will see some similarities. So the use of wooden paneling is not something entirely new in her work, but in the context of the Wellcome Collection, this specific material had a sort of secondary meaning. So in Nedoritu's work, the panels were repurposed to construct a temple-like pavilion, within which visitors were invited to participate in a meditation on repair, 1915, and restitution, 1973. Sorry, we missed 2 slides. Okay, so this is the Medicine Man display. When it was on show, you get a sense of how these items from Henry Wellcome's collection were displayed. And yep, we'll come back to this. And the meditation on repair and restitution, the 2 tapestries, which were based on found photographs from the Wellcome Collection and the Ethnologische Museum in Berlin, depicting museum attendants with items from their collections. The temple-like structure serves the purpose of inducing a meditative calm in a space with sacred connotations. The website describes it as designed to reactivate the museum as a space to encounter, contemplate, ask questions, exchange, listen, share, and meditate. Titled The Healing Pavilion, the work is part of Nedoritu's wider project, which she's been engaged with since 2012, called Healing the Museum. And if you're familiar with her work, you'll be aware of this sort of notion of spirituality. There's also quite a lot of sort of shamanism in some of her practice, not particularly in this piece, but that notion of spirituality extends into a kind of shamanistic practice in some of her other works. So in the healing pavilion, before you enter, you are instructed to take off your shoes, put on an audio guide, and listen to Nduritu's calming voice. She invites you to find a comfortable place to sit and close your eyes. The underlying aim is to enable the viewer to slow down. The headphones block out outside sound, separating the space off and reinforcing the illusion of a temple-like environment. And I probably should have shown the whole space, because this piece was sited within a large, quite open space. So just looking at this, you might think that it's in a room on its own, but actually it was in at the far end of a much larger room. The visitor, via the audio guide, is asked to listen to their own breathing, instilling an awareness of self and sense of contemplation. Nduritu describes the images on the tapestries, leaving the viewer to develop their own thoughts before opening their eyes to view them. Posing with ethnographic objects from the collections in which they worked, the photographs which Nduritu had enlarged as tapestries are problematic in various complex ways. Next one. In Repair, which you see here, Repair 1915, the date of the original photograph is in the title. White, predominantly male museum attendants hold items from Henry Wellcome's Medical Museum. The exhibition pamphlet describes how the objects are held in various ways. And I quote, from authoritative and possessive to affectionate and protective. The photograph is informed by the wider context in which Wellcome collected items and displayed them. The sitters in this photograph were in the so-called Hall of Primitive Medicine, in which a range of objects from around the world, othered, exoticized, and marginalized the cultures from which they derived. So you get a sense, I think, just briefly of some of the issues that she is engaging with. Next slide. And this is the other tapestry, Restitution, 1973, in which we see, again, white, predominantly male figures, but from a more recent time period. Their faces have been digitally altered so that they are not recognizable. Some are probably still alive. Rather than these figures displaying an increased understanding and appreciation of the objects in their collection, we find the opposite. A clearly posed setup in which the attendants are seated on and lounge around a royal throne from the Kingdom of Bamoun in Cameroon, formerly under German colonial rule. The photograph seems to evidence an ongoing mindset of colonial ownership and lack of respect towards the throne, which is now in the Humboldt Forum in Berlin, its future home under discussion. These photographs illuminate the problematic attitudes and practices of museums containing ethnographic objects stolen during Western colonialism. The figures in the images are life-size, so by enlarging them as tapestries, they appear more immediate than they might do in a small original photograph, helping the viewer to bridge the gap between the imagined distant past of old photographs and our contemporary world. The viewer becomes engaged in the work by responding to the prompts on the audio guide. I'm going to move on actually to the other work. Meanwhile, at the National Gallery, following her position as its first contemporary fellow, Nalini Malani's My Reality is Different was an immersive video work with narration and sound. Described by the artist as an animation chamber, it consisted of videos based on a range of paintings in the collections of the National Gallery in London and the Holborn Museum in Bath. The visitor is not only surrounded by the 9 video projections, but is also immersed in the audio in which the figure of Cassandra, voiced by the actor Alaknanda Samarth, offers a fragmented narration of the fall of Troy. Based on writings by Christa Wolf, the narration highlights the plight of Cassandra, while the projections draw attention to the marginalized figures in the original paintings. In the accompanying book, Melanie writes of how, in an earlier work, she already, and I quote, wanted to steer the visitor to take an active part and be engulfed, to shake things up as in a theatrical experience. At the National Gallery, viewers were similarly engulfed by images projected on a large scale. Using an iPad, Melanie drew with her index finger over reproductions of the historic paintings, creating animations that interact with and overlay parts of the paintings to demonstrate her alternative viewing of them, to demonstrate how her reality is different. Her lines are messy and rough, giving the illusion of a direct engagement with the works. It is as if she is touching them, despoiling or desecrating them. As she writes, these paintings are not sacrosanct. The animations are designed to, and I quote, perform a transgressive act of revealing and concealing. The animations focus on and highlight the oppressed, in particular women and people of color. For example, as Melanie writes, no longer do the women watch passively in tears. Next slide. As the white cockatoo suffocates in an experiment on a bird in the air pump. I think next one. Yep, seen here. So this is, if you know the painting by Joseph Wright of Derby, she's worked over it. She says, no longer do the women watch passively as the white cockatoo suffocates, but instead they blow life into the animal. While in, next slide, in Susanna and the Elders by Guido Reni, Susanna, she says, does not give in, but furiously screams and shouts back at her two male offenders. Can you go back 2 slides? Yeah, and here I put together a range of images from her engagement with Zoffany's the Auriol and Dashwood families. And I've got a short video clip coming up in a minute, but here you can see how she's sort of marked and drawn over, and you really get that sense of that physical engagement with the original works, and that notion that they are not sacrosanct. While these specific readings that Melanie articulates in the catalogue are not always entirely clear in the work, what does communicate is the artist's notion of looking at paintings from the canon afresh, masking and highlighting parts of them, seeing them differently in ways that go beyond their sacrosanct status as great works of art in a major international collection. Thus, it is these aspects of decolonizing the museum that seem to be most effectively communicated. Next one. Is it, this should be a video. Yeah.
You will keep silent? No.
Okay, so this is just a couple of minutes with my iPhone, so it's not the best quality, but it gives you a sense of what it was like to be in that room. So you get a sense of the sound as well as how the images were constantly changing.
You will keep silent? No. My father, King Priam, said, seize her. A place uncanny. Mustn't lose my mind now, my voice. The underworld, a snake twisted herself round my neck. You don't agree? No? You will keep silent? No? One day the woman... You will keep silent? No.
That's all right. Next image. Actually, that line, "you will keep silent," no, it's one of the strongest from the narration. So I would like to come back to my original question and put it very bluntly here for lack of time. To what extent do the immersive aspects of these works help to decolonize the museum? Undoubtedly, they indicate to the wider public that institutions are engaging in the process of decolonizing and seeking ways to resolve these issues. However, the question remains, to what extent did immersive works in particular, such as these, have a productive effect on the viewer? Or are they at risk of becoming entertaining attractions, not dissimilar to more overtly commercial immersive experiences? And that's why you're seeing this work on the screen. I'm not suggesting there's a connection, but the connection I'm making is via a very interesting essay, article by Rob Horning called "Buying Time," in which he draws on Michael Fried's concept of theatricality to question the kind of experience that the immersive offers. So Horning is using Fried's concept to explore this type of very commercial immersive work. But I think some aspects of it are also useful when we think about our experiences of works by artists as well that use immersive methods. So Horning sets up parallels between Fried's comments on minimalist works and the Van Gogh immersive display at the Luma in Indianapolis. He suggests that just as Fried was critical of the relationship between minimalist, or as he termed it, literalist art and the audience, so these immersive works, next slide. Next one. Oh, sorry, one before. That's it. So these immersive works involve the audience in a debasing relationship that confers a sense of control and significance on them, rather than affirming the autonomy of the artwork and its capacity to compel conviction. So Fried, as you may know, uses this notion of compelling conviction. And Horning highlights how for Fried, art should compel conviction, it should be absorptive. And of course, Fried uses these terms in very specific ways, which have been sort of, could be misinterpreted if you just think of applying them to immersive art. But in this sense, I'm thinking about this relationship between the audience and the work and the experience of the viewer. So what seems to be at stake here is not just the purpose of art, but its potential. Although the two examples I've discussed might both be termed immersive, the viewing experience in them is quite different. Do I have a bit more time? Okay. In Nduritu's work, the viewer is guided by Nduritu, listens to her commentary, and has her eyes closed for much of the time. By contrast, in Milani's work, the viewer's instinct is to look for recognizable works and see how the artist has treated them. Nduritu's work uses space to construct a room for reflection, while Milani's work immerses or even engulfs not just the viewer, but possibly their critical faculties. It's very difficult to do much in a space where there's so much going on other than look at it. The National Gallery website tells us that, and I quote, animations of different lengths overlap, creating endlessly changing juxtapositions and interactions of images, allowing the spectator to co-create their own meanings. But what meanings, and how exactly does the spectator co-create them? I might be overanalyzing here a sloppy bit of interpretation. However, this statement seems indicative of a kind of populist need on the part of institutions to, and I come back to Fried here, confer a sense of control and significance on the audience. instead of the work being able to compel conviction without the need for this empty promise. It is difficult to see how the viewer might take an active part in this work other than choosing whether to look at one more or another. Next slide. In a 2020 article in the online journal The Drift, Lucas Werner explores Fried's contrasting concept of presentness alongside its moral implications. As Werner writes, Fried found in the artist he loved a particular belief he could get behind, namely that an art object ought to provide a portal for presentness. Work that produces this effect when we stand before it is absorptive and therefore good in both the aesthetic and moral sense. A piece of art that makes us more self-conscious in some way is theatrical and therefore bad, once again in both senses. Fried's argument clearly has its limitations. It is far too polarized, with little between the literate or the theatrical on the one hand and that of absorption or presentness. It is also quite selective in the works he uses to support his argument. Nevertheless, within a contemporary context, as Werner notes, it's hard to disagree with Fried's underlying framework, that in our hyper-self-conscious world, presentness is a rare and special gift, one that art can give. But perhaps art can be both absorptive and theatrical. Perhaps it can entail presentness while making us self-conscious, not in order to take selfies or photos for social media, but in order to make us more aware of our ethical, political, and social behavior and the spaces in which we live. And there, I think, we can find a closer connection with Roland Barthes' Death of the Author, Birth of the Reader, and so on, the original notion of that awareness of the position of the reader, rather than the way in which the term is often loosely interpreted. So just to be clear, the term total immersion meant something rather different for Michael Fried from what the term immersive means today. For Fried, total immersion meant absorption, that is, a complete forgetting of the self in the face of works that compel conviction. But what's often been pointed out with immersive works is that it's very difficult to be completely absorbed in them when the instinct is to take photos. So there's a kind of problem there. So I'm coming to the conclusion. Do the immersive works I've discussed by Nederitu and Melani compel conviction? Are they absorptive? Do they entail presentness? And I would argue that in many ways they do. In a review of Grace Nederitu's works this year at SMAC and FOMO in Antwerp, Toby Upson writes, and I quote, "Importantly, Nederitu's gestures are not spectacular. They are not sharp, not shaming. Rather, they are wholly communal and inviting." Thus, the immersive may be a useful tool for artists and curators in their task of decolonizing the museum. However, it should not be assumed that it will inevitably be effective. It should not attract viewers at the expense of compelling conviction. Instead, the safe space of the museum itself, emptied of too much spectacle and stimulation, may be the most powerful tool available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of the late start, I was informed that we have time, 15 minutes longer, so there is enough time for discussion. So, please. Do we have a mic? Thank you. Just a brief comment regarding this sense of immersion. There are parallels here with Baroque art and architecture. In a Baroque church, you get light and shade. You get, if it's a high mass, it's been said in the Baroque church, you're transformed from the sound of the choir and the smell of absinthe and so forth. So I can see this idea of Baroque architecture transforming presentness and taking you beyond something.
Thank you. I don't know if the mic works, but thank you. I think I absolutely agree with you. I mean, sometimes it's useful to kind of find those broad connections, but at the same time, you know, being mindful of the historical specificities that, you know, are equally important to bear in mind why the Baroque is immersive and, you know, for what specific historical reasons.
Yes?
Yay. Hello, thank you so much for such the four papers were so interesting. And I don't know whether it's a comment or recommendation. It's just, it let me, the first two papers were bringing me 10 years ago when we were setting the fab labs, the fabrication labs in Zaragoza, and all the experience we had with that. And so the comment or the recommendations, please take a look. I'm sure you know, but just in case, sure you know the white paper of the European Commission on citizen science, because that brought a lot of answers to us. Because when we were sitting in the fab labs, we found many questions arising on how do we, for example, we perform conservation restoration of media art. This is something which is an actual problem, and also how difficult is it to present results on art and science or on art and technology results, you know. So it's always difficult to express how, no matter they are bio or they are astrophysics pictures, it's always difficult to present and how you get to this position. So, so yeah, that was the comment that we found on citizen science, something that it was a problem we had out of the economical crisis in 2008, because we artists, creators, and everybody in the area were kicked out from the center, and we were sent somewhere, some place called peripheries, that I am absolutely against, because we are in the very center of societies, and institutions and artists, we are in the very center of societies. And citizen science paper, this paper, helped us a lot, but a lot. So this is the comment recommendation, yeah.
Thanks for that. When was this paper, thank you, when was this paper published again? 2008, after 2008.
Yeah, I can look it for you, but it was, you know, if you look for that, it could be more than 10 years ago, and citizen science, a white paper.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I wasn't presenting at the Congress at the Nahari Institute of Audiovisual Arts, Jagiellonian University, and a brief comment on artificial intelligence generated art. You know, actually, that is interesting that the topic of this hotly debated topic and discussion around it is actually repetition, almost exact repetition of the themes that appeared around mid-60s when the first, the early computer art was presented, right? So there's nothing inherently new in this discussion, you know. What is new, however, it seems to me, is the broader context, which is platform capitalism. So is it, I mean, are you sure that discussing those topics entirely on primarily on the grounds of aesthetics, you know, without acknowledging this broader framework is actually productive? Because, you know, the notion of author and authorship is both historically and culturally specific. So it seems to me that this is not so much a death of an author as rather a death of a certain concept of author related to ownership of rights. So that would be my brief comment. Sorry for this controversial, you know, take on it. But basically, I mean, that was how Chris and Paul discussed the topic in Venice at the conference, Media Art Histories Conference earlier this year. So.
Yeah, it's not controversial. I totally agree with you. It's an important aspect of the issue. I mean, I didn't have time to look into that, but definitely it's an important aspect related to authorship and the relationship to the value, to the capitalist value annexed to or attributed to a work, and so on. Oh yes, absolutely. And that's why perhaps this is the field where it's the most controversial today. And people speak in terms of stealing of thieves and so on. I don't think that those are the right terms to be used, but I totally agree it's important, first. Second, that it's a profound change. And I would add another moment in the history. One moment was in the 60s and another one was in the 90s. During the spread of the internet and the use of the internet, they were both, you know, utopists and dystopists. Utopists say that, okay, our world is saved and will be peace forever, which we know is not the case. And others say, okay, our world is gone because of the internet, where is the human knowledge, where the art going, and so on and so on. So there were fears expressed in the 90s, by the end of the decade actually, in many books and articles written back then, and it's amazingly similar to what's happening today. It's an exchange and a change of paradigm, a profound one, and obviously there are so many questions regarding that, but I agree with
Yes, hello. Thank you again for all the presentations. And bouncing on the last remark, it's true that this reformulation of authorship in relationship to the ownership rights is also a very historically constructed thing in the 19th and 20th century, matching, reformulating the notion of authorship from Neoplatonician and Neoplatonician origins to something that is Aristotelian, linked to a commodified goods in a liberal proto-capitalistic system. So the dialectics about the notion of a single author, a multiple authorship, dates back to Plato and Aristotle, as you know. So it's, we have to reframe it also in our historical context, but it's not a new thing, this reflection about an artwork singularly owned by somebody, and not only in the material dimensions that you expressed, but also in the ontological and philosophical approach of what is creating a work of art. But I would like to go back to this notion of immersion that versus absorption that you that was illustrated in the. Personally, it's the lendemain de la veille, as you say in French. I don't speak very articulate because I'm waking up. Sorry for that. But I tend to say that myself react in general as when something is too overwhelming and immersive, there is, you know, a resistance from the beholder. And I would be more absorbed by concentrated artworks, that's, you know, works that are immersive and too theatrical in their strategies of display, even if they want to offer the contrary. And what Grace and Deritu did in Belgium, in both museums, in the SMAC and in FOMO, I happened to see both exhibitions. The one in SMAC was, I think, named Healing the Museum, like the one in the Wellcome collection. But there the decolonizing aspect was more infrastructural in the strategies of display, deconstructing the hierarchies of display of the collection, opening up you know, just like the way of mediating this collection and the experience of it. So the decolonizing was more in the structural, performative act of discovering the collection and the strategies of display than in a single proposition installation.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see the show, but I understand this from the images of it that I've seen. It looks like very open in a way, and yeah, it's more about the display and the presentation than constructing specific new works, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. She integrated some works of hers in the display in the collection, but they occupied peripheral. They were very, you know, just like not put to the fore, and the objects in the different collections were like rearranged, deconstructing, you know, chronological, aesthetic categorizations and so on. And you had like this audio element that you pointed out that invited the visitors to take their time. So she gave some suggestion, but then she also, you know, with this aspect of also of her practice, like more shamanistic and so on, allowed us also to give the time to reconstruct our associations between the different works. And that was very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting method, and I agree with you that sometimes, you know, works which are too, you know, where there's too much going on, it's impossible to really engage with them other than on a sensory, immediate kind of sensory level.
Because the dimension of temporality is essential.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Some more questions?
Thank you. Horea, thank you very much for your paper, which seemed to me extremely timely. And for those of us who haven't had much experience of this, incredibly helpful to see some of the things that are going on. And I loved your phrase about computational mannerism to describe some of the works that you showed. And it did seem to me there was something mannerist about the works. But from a phenomenological perspective, surely mannerism was a kind of riff on the Renaissance celebration of our somatic being. I'm thinking of Merleau-Ponty's work on the flesh in his final works. For me, it was the absence of embodiment that most affected me in the works, both in the work and in my response, in the work that you showed. They seemed entirely disembodied, and therefore, to me, I felt from a phenomenological perspective, lacking in something absolutely essential. I'd like to know what you had to say on that.
Which work did you refer exactly?
Almost all the works you showed.
Okay.
Almost all the works you showed latterly, I think, which struck me as being, I was responding to with the front of my mind, but I couldn't feel much of a profound response somatically to what was going on. And therefore, they didn't really seem to be mannerist from that point of view at all. They were more like cartoons, perhaps.
Oh, yeah. First, the expression is not mine. It's Emanuele Ariely's, in fact. He advances, well, they advance because it's a book written with Lev Manovich in artificial aesthetic. But they don't elaborate that. I think it's a useful term to talk about artificial intelligence because of the, you know, in a way, AI tried to find the maniera, the perfect combination between different elements, more or less like the mannerist painters in the 16th century proposed to. This is on the one hand. Speaking about corporalization and decorporalization, is was your term or disembodiment? Sorry, no, disembodiment, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes, it's Merleau-Ponty finally in his last work on the importance of the flesh as the bridge between the inner and the outer, between the body and the mind, the intellect. That's
Yeah, I'm not. Let's say I'm not ready to elaborate too much on this field. To be honest, well, what I would remark actually from an artistic point of view, from an aesthetic point of view, of experience rather than a phenomenological one, is that most of the images are basically two-dimensional images. They are very digital, very contemporary, very new media, if I may put it that way. But at the same time, they are, most of them are returning to the frame, to the bidimensional relationship with the frame. That means leaving apart those, I don't know, very dear and dimensions of new media art. That means interactivity, immersivity, multimodality, transmediality, and so on. So, which is interesting to look into.
Thanks to all of you. I just want to make a quick note. And Jorge, I wanted to alert you and perhaps all of you who are interested in these issues of chance and technology in the avant-garde and neo-avant-garde art. There is an amazing book. I know it's amazing because I already read parts of it. It's written by my friend. It's coming out soon in Edinburgh University Press. It's by Konrad Wojnowski, and the title is, as far as I remember, Probabilistic Arts. And there's also a bridge he makes there between surrealism and like Cagean, neo-avant-garde, Xanakis, and what's going on today, including the things you've been talking about.
Okay, thank you for your suggestion. Yeah, I will look into that for sure. But you have to give the name.
Anybody else? Okay, so I thank you very much all, especially the speakers, for the very interesting presentations. Thanks a lot.
And let's try to gather here around 12:10. At 12:15 sharp, we're starting. Probabilistic arts. Probabilistic arts, okay. And it's coming out like in a matter of weeks. Edinburgh University. Okay. Thanks for suggesting.
Łukasz, ja mam.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't block the world. Ja wam zostawię jeszcze do stolika, bo widzę pod... Works. So you am I being on the
Przepraszam? Mieliśmy tak, Tom Clark, przepraszam. Greetings to everybody. Tom Clark, Beral Madra, która jest wideo, jest ideem, Omar Mirza.
Yes, that's me.
There's this guy. This guy with...
Just think of me and I appear.
Okay.
Hello.
Whoa. Jasmine.
And
Omar,
qui
nice to meet you.
Gonsalves Cepeda. Gonsalves Cepeda.
It's working, right?
We don't know yet.
You don't know
We're
yet.
very fine.
But can we maybe turn off
Zobaczymy, czy
these
wszystko działa.
slides?
Ja pójdę po niego, po Cepedę, a ty sprawdź mój film.
Okay.
Is it possible then to turn off these slides so it will be more visible what's being projected?
Yes, just a second. Check all the presentations and then I will go.
Hello, I am Beral Madra from Institutions Facing the Crisis.
Yeah. Does the because there's like gifts. Can you go forward? Keep going. Keep going. Ah, okay.
They work.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You only use this.
Okay. Sit.
Hi, babe, we're here. It's all here. I saw lots of paintings. 19th century. I'm going in the evening, I'm reading something for lunch and I'm painting. Yeah. Okay, so you're leaving my hotel.
First speaker will be
Yeah, and then I can shop and stuff. Anyway, I saw And that was, oh, so you went off. Yeah, no, that was true. A nice way on you. And no, I'm sure you can't wait. I'll just go through this one. Yeah, okay, you go there. I'm going to go. And this is you.
Yes, jeszcze. Dobre.
I won't be saying.
Hello. Hello. How we will the way they used to record then maybe it's not kind of request of teachers. We normally make this grant in Art Museum and work for filling the libraries and all the books. Would you be so kind to write me down later now a list of the books that are new and important I might not find on my own, and I'm doing kind of the research sometimes the books out, including Polish, because international I usually can find, but this is the book you mentioned and it's going to be published. What should be the focus? General visual art, we have collection from medieval art until now, but the main focus to modern art, but also 20th century. So this is because you mentioned the book, and I would like to, see that. So, thank you. Yeah, I will write you, of course. I will just manage that. So Lucas, have you found that do you think somebody just swapped somebody just took it because he thought it's it's a code, yes, or is it too big? It's hardly possible to not see put it. Why? Wiecie, ten program sobie na tu ramku, tam musimy dalej, bo jest coś patrzy mi trochę.
Czekaj,
Obejrzeć sobie na skanuj ten QR kod, że pan zdobył już nie ma ale nie mam jakiegoś sposobu, że ma, a widać, że tutaj ma tylko osłonę. kind of happiest Orava thing. We are leaving there tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon from Hotel Višpinski with Katarzyna Cykla, who I haven't seen her, and with Jagna Gonzalez. So I have 3 places in the car altogether because we have 2 of us. You can go with us, very welcome. It's for 1 evening and night to spend in Orava. It's a small mansion, like a little castle or something. There is the accommodation for us, because the Village runs this curatorial institute, it's NGO. And the students are ill, so there will be only 2 of them out of 5. But still we can go and meet there and have a presentation. I will have a presentation, but maybe one of us can say something to the student about the curatorial thing they will find important. You can talk about this. Don't worry. I wouldn't expect anything else. It's up to you. If you feel discouraged, of course, you'd rather stay home. But no, if you feel to go, if you can, because it will be very, very informal, I must say. Okay. So because I'm not going to hire anybody else, we have to decide now. Also, Jagna told me that she has to cancel something. They got in now. But yes, we are passing. It's near Dolny Kudin. There's Facebook, yes. We have 5 Flixbuses tomorrow on Sunday. And there is also a possibility that you have seen it, so it's not very you have evening them to lunch, show them the gallery, and say goodbye. Because girls they go to Poland. They need to go to Poland on Sunday. Okay. But I mean the most well, not so much. It's just that all subjects are some great realists. And I also took photographs of crowds a bit like street fairs. Yeah. I mean, this is all the historical brand history painting. But don't you think that's true? Photograph that we have because it's so very there's a lot of it, and then that's the thing, but then there's the fact. And it's wonderful also. Bardzo romantyczne.
Hi, welcome back. As promised, it's 12:15 sharp and we're starting the following panel. The chair will be Łukasz Białkowski from AICA Poland, and without further ado, I give way to him.
Okay. Hello. Is Hui with us? You're here, okay. So, hello, my name is Łukasz Białkowski, and I'll be moderating this panel. Its title is Questions of Policy. That's the title of the panel. And we'll be hearing 5 presentations concerning, let's say, approaches and possibilities to use art as a tool to enhance social and political inclusion. As well, they'll be focusing on the use of participation. Two presentations are focused on situation in specific countries, namely Slovakia and Turkey. Actually, for Turkey, we'll be hearing and watching video recordings sent by the speaker. Another two of them are focused on questions of the role of a viewer within institutions, and as well how institutions can enhance democracy. And one of them will elaborate on, as far as I understand it, on the role of art criticism in everyday life. And the first presentation will be given by Rui Gonçalves Cepeda, who is over there, and you can approach. You can actually start your presentation in a few seconds. The title of his presentation is Citizen Discourses on a Culture of Democracy. Rui is, as he said in his bio, cultural entrepreneur by profession and art critic by vocation. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucas.
That's the team. Just 2 seconds. Maybe that one. No. I'll explain in a second. Thanks, Lucas. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge the AICA UK and AICA International for this opportunity again, and congratulate AICA Poland for a very well organized conference. So, second point is that I not have a PowerPoint presentation because I'm talking about cultural policy. Therefore, we don't use image because things don't combine. So it's just going to be a text. And I'm going to read because English is not my first language. It's difficult for me to memorize and to have a fluent discourse speaking a different language from my original one. So starting then, in the past decades, the idea of democracy has been increasingly contested in Europe. At home, which nowadays is the UK, at a certain extent, although the United Kingdom has been built upon a robust legal and economic system of laws and a set of independent controls that theoretically seek fairness, it continues to be uncontestably governed by unelected representatives. Open commas. It is not the 5 failed prime ministers since 2016 and their incompetent sidekick. It is a sclerotic, antiquated democratic system allowing people you wouldn't trust with your wallet or to babysit your children to raise, through deceit and thrive through failure. We boast of British exceptionalism, yet tolerate weaponizing nostalgia, the supposed glories of the misremembered past, use it as a distraction from uncertain futures. No country in Europe uses the UK fossilized first-past-the-post voting system in its general elections, except one, Belarus, the dictatorship of Alexander Lukashenko. No country in the world has members of the state religion sitting by right in its legislature, except Church of England bishops, in the House of Lords, except Iran's mullah. End of quotes, The Guardian, October 2013. So in this kingdom, let's call it that way, is known for its social compassion and rule of law. It has long dubbed itself as a multi-ethnical democracy that has been blessed with often stolen wealth and talent people also stolen. It is the realization of Brexit that shows English society ideological slip and detachment from reality and from his own, you can call it colonial, you can call it imperialist historical past. On the other side of the pond, in the USA, labeled as the bastion of the Western democracy, the surreal impulses perpetuated by right-wing radicals in politics, we can go Republicans, the Trump presidency, and the riots of January 2021, act as a tip of an iceberg. The dismantling of reality that accompanies the careful administration of such adjectives as post-truth, exalted by absurd neo-Nazis or conspiratorial groups, have been flooding mainstream conversations. While on the other stream, still on the other side of the pond, we have been seeing as well the rise of populist politics based on left-wing, sensitive, noisy opinions about trivial matters that might offend whoever, only equivalent to privy gibberish. On the other side of the hemisphere, we have India, professed as the largest democracy in the world, and have the rewriting of history by a popular nationalist political ethnical group and their silence towards or concerning the physical violence perpetuated by those towards other ethnicities. Those are just a small sample from the wide democratic spectrum that shows how globally the concept of democracy is a fragile and unstable ideal. Thus, is not only in countries such as Italy, Poland, fortunately had elections a couple of weeks ago, Hungary, Slovakia, that political parties with nationalistic frameworks dictate what's happening in the public sphere through state policies. That is what happened in democracy, which is an abstract discourse space existing for the conceptual dispute of ideas and ideologies, rather than being a space for bolstering homogeneous views or for the enactment of autocratic difference through hate and violence. Hence, we can say that democracy is characterized for existing in a permanent state of conflict. This situation of conflict, of dispute, has been carefully accompanied by incessant feeding through popular discourses of ideas about the lack of integrity and accountability on the part of the democratic elected representatives, on the growing mistrust both at the local and the national level, on the role of democratic institutions, a distrust that could be mainly due to the tangential and occasional intimate relationships between the political representatives and social-political laundering, which is most of the time encouraged through different forms of clientelism or cronyism. However, this distrust is only overcome by people's detachments from their citizen role within society. Society which is more concerned with entertainment novellas, detaching them from what is a constructed illusion, from everyday life issues regarding their own safeguards and existence as a sovereign body. This leads me to ask, first, what are the alternatives for the illusion of freedom to choose that are brought to life by what is known as representative democracy? And secondly, how can society actively participate in the democratic process and how it will be its impact? Although participation in artistic practice is not a substitute to the deficits of cultures of democracy in society, especially in social liberal democracies, the act of participation in artistic projects can be perceived to be a social desire to renew democratic standards. As was expressed in a report commissioned by the Council of Europe regarding cultural participation in inclusive societies, within that framework, participation is, open quotes, culture and the arts can create a space of expression beyond institutions, at the level of the person, and can act as mediators, thus paving the way for the shared public space necessary for intercultural dialogue. Close comments. In social liberal democracies, the idea is that culture is no longer produced or imposed from above. Individuals are not only users, a potential audience for a cultural product or experience, but rather they are citizens likely to be involved in local life in all its dimensions, including in the collaborative formulation of public cultural policies. Acknowledging the significance of citizenship, a body with social responsibilities rather than an audience targeted by cultural products and experiences, I am arguing that active participation in artistic practice provide platforms for the existence of cultures of democracy in society. Drawing from my practice as an art critic, manager, and cultural representative, my argument portrays Portugal's contemporary political environment regarding the drawing and application of cultural policies. For those who doesn't know, my background is Portuguese, so I tend to get most of my examples for what's happening in Portugal. So Portugal, constitutionally, is a sovereign republic with plural democratic expressions and political organizations that exist through the separation and interdependence of powers. Portugal is a democratic state based on the rule of law, with a view to achieve the growing through democratic participation. On one level, cooperation with distinctive educational and cultural agents, Portugal governmental cultural policies promote a democratization of culture by encouraging and ensuring access to all citizens to cultural enjoyment and creation. Cultural democracy, a second governmental cultural policy agenda, favors pluralization, the territorialization of decisions and the sharing of power. The reason why I'm referring to these two policy discourses is to do with the conceptual and the spatial shift in the inherent value of the social political narrative in a democratic society. And secondly, its importance to the understanding and experience of cultures of democracy in its wider sense, and the attempt by the government to transform
those two policies or a new philosophies into religions of state. For example, just a second. In 2021, coinciding with Portugal's 6 months presidency of the Council of the European Union, a policy commissioned by the Portuguese government to a specialized consultancy body through the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education mixed those two relatable but different concepts: democratization, the culture, and cultural democracy. Those two concepts are often set in opposition, but what divides and unites them is their, open quotes, their divergent approach to pursuing the same overarching social democratic ambition to address via state action the damaging effects of capitalism, end quotes, particularly through values related with inequality, freedom, and identity. The Carta do Porto Santo, the name they given to that policy, has firstly adjusted those two conceptual terms to fit the national cultural policy and discourse, while still focusing the narrative on the plural idea of passive audience rather than participative citizens. Second, that same Commission report focused its program on young people by renouncing from the discourse on cultural democracy those already with a voice. That means that people over 18 years old. Thus, enhancing a disqualification of one of the main problems affecting the global community, which is the elderly people and aging of society. Thirdly, the Commission proposed a policy dissociates itself from initiatives generated on an individual level from within the community, by continuing to give emphasis to those initiatives promoted by local or national political bodies of governance or cultural and education institutes, and also by having the quantifying as a validation of quality. In a democratic society, open quotes, citizens have the right not just to vote, but also to take in every aspect of democratic life, to express and defend their values, and to try to persuade others of their ideas. That process is not only political, it happens in daily life, end quotes. In democracy, individual citizens have the right to learn within their own cultural context, to be able to have the capacity to define oneself as active participants in society. In this light, democracy is sustained when citizens have a voice instead of being regarded as a silent other, i.e. as audience. Democracy, open quotes, democracy is expressed in and sustained by a culture that enables people to affirm, express, and question their own and others people's values and the relationship between them. End the quotes. Having cultures of democracy in a society agenda promotes diversity of views and active participation, and enables people to participate in policy disputes and decision-making, and provides fair and equitable access to resources while aiming for win-win outcomes rather than win-lose situations, thus enabling inclusive societies by contributing to citizens' involvement in the democratic process and in decision-making. Okay. To begin to free art criticism from the religions of the state, or using the words, the institutionalization or as you call it yesterday, the institutionalization of the aesthetic experience and criticism, the state, the first thing we need to do is to see ourselves again as participative historical actors. Within a different timescale, as peoples who belong to a society, not as audience, but as citizens, and who make a difference in the course of the world events through the written language. What I have tried to do here in this quick presentation is not so much to propose a vision or what precisely the next age will be like, but to throw open perspectives, enlarge our sense of possibilities, to begin to ask what it will mean to start to think on a breath and with a grandeur appropriate to the times we are living, some times of loss. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you, Hui, for this for addressing this timely topic. The next speaker is Tom Clark from UK, who's a writer and curator. And the title of his presentation is Critical Infrastructures. The floor is yours, Tom.
Hello. So I'd also like to say thank you to the organisers for the invitation, and also some of this research was supported by the AHRC, so I should thank them as well. Just while I set up my timer. So I wanted to talk about this topic of infrastructures, and hopefully that will offer a kind of interface, or will touch on some of the things that we've heard already today. It's a hugely complex subject, and you can spin out to lots of complexities. And I just want to sort of focus on a sort of vignette today that may offer or help build a navigational tool. So as the call for this conference notes, there's been a crisis and transformation in cultural institutions, and I agree. In kind of addressing this, I'm interested in how we might look beyond what we need now to what we need and what changes to priorities, objects and practices of critical work for where we want to get. How do we change those infrastructures? Again, there's many ways to enter, so this is just a snapshot. And I had wanted to talk about 2 examples, but given the brevity of the 15 minutes, we'll just pick one. In this paper, I'll explore how infrastructure can be known as a kind of meaning-making assemblage, using a brief test case where our organisations intersect forms of infrastructural making and instituting. Doing this, I want to offer an infrastructural perspective using parts of a wider navigational tool I've developed elsewhere, but thinking here specifically about this idea of positioning through infrastructure to help recover and make worlds that this form of positioning makes possible and which it repeats. So it's helpful to have a definition. Infrastructure is, as its great ethnographer Susan Lee Starr writes, commonly envisaged as a system of substrates, railroad lines, pipes, plumbing, electrical power plants, and wires. It is by definition invisible, part of the background for other work. But this becomes more complicated, Starr goes on, depending on how one enters an infrastructure. For a railroad engineer, rails are not infrastructure, but a topic. For the person in the wheelchair, the stairs are not seamless subtenders of use, but barriers. One person's infrastructure is another topic or difficulty. Here, for me, for us, I think infrastructure might be relevant insofar as it determines symbolic and affective registers of the cultural field. Primarily, then, the shift in focus I propose will mean looking at infrastructure in Brian Larkin's words as defining experiences made palpable and disseminated through concrete semiotic and aesthetic vehicles. Form is how he would collect that. How these semiotic and aesthetic vehicles are given form and experienced through the practices that hold them together is, I will argue, key to the transformation of cultural institutions and social imaginaries. Like, how do we do it? I want to begin with why this is a problem to deal with. So just can I have the first slide, thank you. So in 2011, a group of residents in Toxteth, Liverpool in the UK instituted the Granby 4 Streets Community Land Trust. In forming the Community Land Trust, an organisational model used to purchase land for community benefit, the residents became eligible to buy 13 derelict terraced houses in the Granby 4 Streets Triangle. That was the area in which they lived from the council. In 2014, with the help of social investor Steinbeck Studios, the CLT worked with the London-based architects collective Assemble. Could I have another slide? Thank you. Assemble were commissioned to design the renovation of 10 of the houses on one street and help reverse the decades of impoverishment of the local experience and environment. Go back one. Yeah, perfect. In 2015, Assemble were awarded the major British Contemporary Art Award, the Turner Prize, for the project. As The Guardian reported, when the Turner Prize was awarded, the judges praised what they called a ground-up approach to regeneration, city planning and development in opposition to corporate gentrification. This drew, they said, on long traditions of artistic and collective initiatives that experiment in art, design and architecture. For some, however, the functionality or instrumentality of the group's core activities, architecture and design, stretched this designation of art too far. Assemble were described as the first non-artists to win the prize. For others, including this architectural practice in the Turner Prize, represented a mistake or category error. So this inclusion of the work of Assemble and the Community Land Trust into the field of art and the controversy this generated poses, for me, interesting critical and curatorial questions for making meaning and things public, and the kind of critical or speculative approaches that we might develop through it. So because of this, I want to suggest it was not simply a category error, but something that was rooted in an implicit understanding of the contradictions in those infrastructural forms that was made by moving the work into the space of art and making claims for it as a socially engaged arts organisation, and that is going to be hopefully interesting. So prior to Assemble's involvement, maybe we could try another slide. Yeah. Prior to Assemble's involvement, the residents of this part of Toxteth had lived with and had resisted the effects of almost 40 years of state disinvestment, having been effectively zoned or ghettoised by the city council after the 1981 so-called Toxteth riots or uprising, depending on your perspective. Years of deliberate degeneration had followed, reproducing racial discrimination and reduced employment prospects. In response, could we go there? Perfect. In response to this and the invitation, Assemble sought to devise a design scheme that not only reflected the aesthetic texture of the houses and streets, practically and symbolically, through the use of local materials, ad hoc styles that foregrounded those histories of transformation, but also, as they said, engaged a new generation of residents in a long history of working creatively in those streets through new public space and cultural infrastructure. So one part of this latter phase was the Winter Garden, a publicly available garden used as a free venue for community workshops and meetings, and another was a ceramics business using locally sourced materials. So on the one hand, we can see that the use of the CLT model allowed the residents to develop a new model of housing infrastructure. They could buy it, but and through this non-profit community-based model of organisation and ownership, they could hold that land in trust and impose covenants to secure that use for affordable housing for the residents, whilst improvements were fed back in, structural improvements could be fed back into the community based on any increase in value. On the other hand, the intervention by Assemble can be seen as to consolidate what the Community Land Trust member Michelle Peterkin-Walker has described as the prefigurative infrastructure and ways of doing that were already there in the area. Like, importantly, the groups of mostly women community activists and gardeners had developed strategies for making the area more vibrant, for painting over dilapidated houses, replanting edge spaces, forming community markets, and so on. Turning to the exhibition, however, the locatedness of this project, its being an infrastructure in a place, made for a complex curatorial object once it was brought into that space by curators such as Alistair Hudson of MIMA, Middlesbrough Institute of Modern Art, who are keen to explore the role of arts institutions in the aftermath of 2008 austerity and the associated funding cuts. So what was shown in 2015 in the Turner Prize was not the project itself, nor was it documentation in the strict sense. What was shown in 2015, can we go back? One more. Yeah, perfect. Rather, what was shown for the exhibition was a one-to-one plywood model based on the interior volume of one of the houses they'd renovated, alongside providing added media and public attention for the project, which had helped with fundraising. The exhibition also served to launch Granby's ceramics workshop, which sold ceramics made in the area. So while it's possible to align Assemble with a long history of art collectives, this controversy turned on how the outcome of their practice did not look or act like art should. I want to use an infrastructural lens to sort of challenge that or navigate that shift or problem. For Brian Larkin, as I mentioned earlier, form offers a way of thinking about how infrastructures represent and are represented in built forms, the protests that congeal around them, the sets of numbers, graphs, tables by which they are administered, the budgets that undergird them. These depend on various material and formal devices or apparatus or policy or protocol that we've spoken about. Each of them invokes a specific mode of political address. Infrastructural form can, for Larkin, be read as generating this kind of address or political address in form, or what Jacques Rancière calls poiesis, the act of bringing something into the world by creating a way of doing. So what then can the different ways that these symbolic and affective registers are literally positioned by this work that we're looking at, do or tell us about the meaning that could or should be provisioned through them? What can be imagined, performed, or realized through these infrastructures? So in the first case, it's the making of cultural and housing infrastructure in and through ways of doing under this banner of legal frameworks, of ownership, that gave a durable self-determination for the residents and multiplied their existing community-led participation. On the other, the Granby 4 Streets project in the gallery made a claim to reconfiguring a model of alternative, socially engaged artistic practices and the roles for the institution. In part, seeing these as two kinds of object, an infrastructure and a model, explains why this was seen as a category error. But this difference is also emphasised by another aspect of infrastructural form for Larkin, that they create phenomenal experiences. That's, again, uses Rancière's idea of aesthesis, how things produce modes of felt experience. So this helps to point to a more fundamental problem. So while the Granby 4 Streets project had, that by Assemble had reversed the years of poverty experience in a poverty environment, according to one of the CLT members, in the gallery, the exhibition is, of course, its own mode of felt experience. It's an infrastructure for a certain kind of visibility, not congruent with those in the project itself. So this is at the core why many people argue that the project should not be awarded the prize for art. But what I want to suggest, however, is that this controversy is not only that Assemble reflects the wrong thing in the wrong place, but what is perhaps known intuitively about what is being created here, about what is intuitively known about that as an infrastructure. That is, not only does this experience jar, but it shows the tacit understanding of those contradictions through that infrastructural form. So part of the significance of infrastructural form for Larkin is that it expresses a political address. That is where the allocation, distribution, and maintenance of resources help make infrastructure define what communities count and how they count according to what an infrastructure does to or for them. Moreover, as Ashley Cass, the geographer, writes, it's not an a priori concept of what kinds of components are necessary to achieve a desired object. More simply, an infrastructure only needs to be integrated through what Jeffrey Bowker has called infrastructural work. So these are a set of organizational techniques, technical, governmental, administrative, policy, and protocols that create the conditions of possibility for a higher order. So you have to make it work for an infrastructure to exist. Decomposing this work helps clarify why and how and why we see these categories the way we do. So on the one hand, by generating a master plan and making previous improvement efforts repeat as more robust infrastructure, the Granby 4 Streets project also cements a different set of practices precisely positioned within and moving through those local conditions of disinvestment. In many accounts, especially in the art field, the art was the central part of this. However, as arts researcher Stephen Pritchard recounts, despite the culture-led approach or the vision, it is in fact the financial actors in the story, Steinbeck Studios, who were more instrumental in making this possible, doing this infrastructural work. Steinbeck Studios were set up to mediate by Xanthi Hamilton to mediate an interest-free loan of £500,000 from a private investment company run by John Davey. So while this funding unlocked the grant writing ability of the Community Land Trust, it also provided a vehicle for a social investment fund keen to find a safe asset in the aftermath of 2008. So as Hamilton described, there was a global savings glut and safe asset scarcity, which conspired to create a vast pool of money seeking 100% safety and a modest return, which were not possible elsewhere with very low interest rates. So so-called community-led regeneration projects such as the Granby 4 Streets project offered a prospect of a safe unit of investment, bricks and mortar, with an opportunity to multiply the quality of this investment. So the Granby residents were what were viewed as the most crucial ingredient of that quality. More explicitly, what they assemble and the art world were putting in through cultural, aesthetic and community investment created added value in the property to be siphoned off through rental and further sales later down the line. So, this kind of cultural-led approach provided, some people argue, a facade behind which this, this ability to siphon off value was possible. Indeed, the definition of this project as art never came from the groups themselves, but was rather put on them by curators such as Alistair Hudson. So this was perhaps the real controversy. Once the infrastructural conditions were surfaced, Granby 4 Streets was not a story of artistic innovation, but an all too familiar layering of cultural and financial infrastructure, creating an understandable suspicion. What I want to argue, and kind of come to the end with this, is one strength of the Granby 4 Streets project is that it offers an example where infrastructural form created where art plays an albeit minimal role in the position of people and place into what this infrastructure could and should provide. It allows us to see the ways in which art practice is incorporated into that infrastructural form and address, in and out of the art field. But to hold these two things at two aspects of the story at other ends of a pole, I suppose, is the wrong message. And I would, the kind of question I would ask is how they can be assembled together. To paraphrase something already paraphrased, as geographer Nigel Frith notes, because infrastructures are achieved through performative practices that hold them together, and the promises or imaginaries they represent in order to be useful, and make infrastructure may appear inevitable and reliable, it's often much less solid than it appears. And as Laurent Boulogne would say, it's really just a kind of convergence of force and value held together through practice. And this last bit is going to have to be speculative because I haven't got the time to speak about a more detailed example. But far from rejecting this entanglement of practice into making infrastructure work, art historian Emily Rosamond asks what can be gained from seeing this relationship more coherently as a kind of abstract diagram in which these different values and images are produced in relation to one another. And she suggests, can we figure ourselves as artists, critics, curators into these diagrams to take a stake, to provide a role, in order that the images produced by them, the value extracted by them, can be not just extracted but changed. So as argued elsewhere, by situating the curatorial or criticism as part of this diagram, to shift the backdrop of each aspect, it might be possible to generate bumpy or open or more porous modes of repetition within these infrastructures. These bumps might create tensions or frictions, which are, as Patricia Reed notes, where infrastructural worlds cease to be able to be closed and complete. What I'm calling bumpy repetitions are, in this sense, gaps where other things can get in. One task is to move close to understand what's going on in these situations, but through the diagrams and these repetitions, bumpy repetitions is how we can also change how we navigate back out to the scale of the system, with what and including whom. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for introducing this interesting perspective on the role of infrastructure. And the next speaker is Omar Mica, who represents AICA Slovakia, and who's a curator and a writer, art critic, basically. And his speech will concern the situation of art institutions in Slovakia, especially in relation to new political situation in that country. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for having me here. Sorry, is this remote working?
Yeah.
Yes, great. Okay. Can I have a cup of a glass of water, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe you all are very tired by now, so I'm not gonna bore you with theory. I will show you a lot of pictures that I prepared, and it will give you a very short, brief introduction into the Slovak cultural infrastructure. And the title of my presentation is actually I play with the title of the conference, like it's collapsing infrastructures with a question mark. So we will see what we come to. Okay. The cultural event of 2022 in Slovakia was the reopening of the Slovak National Gallery's iconic yet controversial brutalist annex building from the 1970s. And this is how it looked back then. I forgot to put my stopwatch. Okay, now. Okay, the reconstruction that was awarded the most prestigious Slovak architectural prize lasted for 6 years, but what is that compared to the 21 years when the building had to be closed due to its dilapidation? Is this a reason to celebrate? Well, not really, when we realize that today, 34 years after the fall of the communist regime, and by coincidence today, on November 17, we celebrate this, and 30 years since the dissolution of Czechoslovakia, not a single new venue, let it be a building, for a public cultural institution, a museum, a gallery, a concert hall, or a theater, has been erected in Slovakia. Even the new building of the National Theatre took a ridiculous 27 years to finally materialize. And as you will see with other few examples I will show you, it usually takes very long time in Slovakia to build public cultural infrastructure. Well, and what about private endeavors? Well, we have as much as one example that is worth mentioning, maybe even in the context of Central Eastern Europe. However, this art museum is not a project of some rich Slovak private collector, but a Dutch businessman. When failing in constructing, we are at least trying to reconstruct, or sometimes even deconstruct, to say it euphemistically. This is the building of the former trade union house, which was completely covered with Cuban marble. It was a gift from Fidel Castro. It had this large auditorium for 900 people, used for concerts, theater plays, and of course in the past for political rallies. And this whole building was bought by private developers who thought it would be a great idea to build offices there, because there is never enough offices. So this is how it ended up. On the 18th of March this year, a fire engulfed the historical center of Banská Štiavnica, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, partially destroying 7 buildings. A human chain was hastily evacuating invaluable artworks from the building of the Jozef Kollár Gallery, a branch of the Slovak Mining Museum. Works ranging from Gothic statues to modernist paintings were threatened, and as you see here, were rescued in a rather improvised manner. But fortunately, the fire did not spread to the gallery itself. Other buildings were not so lucky, like this small independent cultural center, Eleusina, that completely burned down. So, how can we protect our cultural heritage when many public institutions do not even have enough finances to insure their buildings against natural disasters? The Jozef Kollár Gallery I mentioned suffered just minor damages, and its curators saw this event actually as an opportunity to creatively refresh their permanent exhibit that has not been changed in decades. In 2002, the decentralization of galleries, museums, theaters, and libraries in Slovakia took place, and the public institutions are now run by the self-governing regions, so not by state, but the self-governing regions. And the biggest challenge is, as always, money. Another challenge is environmental sustainability. Since these institutions, mostly galleries, we have a very big, actually, a net of a number of galleries in the regions, and they are mostly located in buildings that are valuable and indeed beautiful, like this gallery in Nitra where I used to work, but it is also the seat of the local government. And this is another gallery in central Slovakia. But these buildings are energetically inefficient with high operating costs. Just to maintain these historical sites is extremely challenging, sometimes ending with a close down. Like the Ľudovít Fula Gallery, a branch of the Slovak National Gallery located in northern Slovakia that was the first art gallery building erected after World War II, intended as an exhibition space, and the studio and living quarters for one of our most important modernist painters, Ľudovít Fula. And this is how it ended up. But cultural infrastructure is not only about buildings, but also about people. Despite full commitment from the curators of Slovakia's public art museums, who are often also art critics, university professors, they have to have multiple jobs, like all of you. These professionals, or we can call them cultural workers, are becoming members of the precariat instead of being acknowledged as cultural authorities by the general public and receiving fair pay for their work. Besides public institutions, Slovakia has a thriving scene of independent culture. In the last 10 to 15 years, various spaces have emerged in numerous cities and towns. They are lively, progressive, flexible, often bringing a more diverse program than the larger public institutions. And they are very often located in unexpected places. And I will just show you 3 examples, but there are more. Like this, platform 1 to 12, occupying since 2011 an underpass beneath the bus station in a small city, Topolčany. There, you can experience a concert of classical music while going to or coming back from work or school, or see an exhibition of contemporary art. Another interesting space, made from an old tram called T3, is located near the Danube riverbank in Bratislava. Their program is also diverse, ranging from concerts to art exhibitions. In my opinion, the most peculiar space for contemporary art used to be the so-called Žumpa Gallery, which means cesspool, an artist-run space in a toilet of a private flat where these artists lived. It operated from 2014 until 2019. The venue was very popular, the openings of the shows legendary, even respected artists and curators attended them. Like here in the picture you can see the rector of the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Bratislava. And so, okay, let's move to larger cultural and creative centers that have also co-working facilities, artist studios, and do various different community activities. This is Nová Cvernovka in Bratislava. It is located in an old chemical vocational school, and typical for spaces like these is that creatives residing there also help with the reconstruction of these buildings and their maintenance. These centers are also very much focused on environmental issues, some of them setting an example in terms of a very ecological approach to their buildings and their maintenance. Another example is the cultural center Stanica Žilina Záriečie, actually the first of its kind in Slovakia, established in 2003 in a small and active train station. The people from this center, known for their DIY or do-it-yourself approach, even built a theater hall from old beer crates filled with straw and clay, which unfortunately burned down in 2019. In 2012, they started to reconstruct a neological synagogue by the famous German architect Peter Behrens. With very little public funding, but with great enthusiasm, they achieved this in just 5 years. And this is how it looks from outside. The energy crisis last winter showed that most independent cultural centers faced existential problems while trying to cope with the soaring energy costs. And some, like here the new synagogue, were even considering shutdown. The so-called independent cultural infrastructure in Slovakia is in fact very dependent on public funding. The Slovak Arts Council, an autonomous public art grant institution established in 2015, is the biggest supporter of independent culture, but it is connected with a lot of bureaucracy and has problems with underfunding. The absence of a long sought-after sponsorship law makes it very difficult to obtain support from the private sector. Well, and what does the Ministry of Culture do? Well, culture has been at the very bottom of the to-do list of most political parties in Slovakia throughout its 30-year history, and many of the ministers of culture have been not accepted by the cultural community, like the new minister who is in office since 3 weeks. Being a former news anchorwoman turned conspirator that likes to paint in her free time does not really make her an experienced professional. She has absolutely no knowledge of the current political environment and cultural policies, and as other politicians from nationalist and right-wing populist parties like her thinks that folklore is the only authentic representative of truly national Slovak culture. Because of her backwardness, pretentiousness, and a lot of attitude, she is already the butt of many jokes and shocking culture professionals with every new press conference that she makes. But what can we do? Protest as many times before? Should we boycott or even try to dissolve the Ministry of Culture together with the public institutions and their rundown infrastructure and give all the little money left to the independent culture? And what is the position of the art critics? Where are they anyway? Where are we? What is our role? This is me of the past. Can we bring new ideas and solutions? Well, I can only speak for myself, but I think in a way, yes, we can. This is me of the future. See, wearing the same future shirt. For 17 years, I was a curator in a regional art museum in Nitra, a small city 1 hour drive from Bratislava, where I live. And since this October, I'm working as a city curator in Trenčín, a small city 1 hour drive from Bratislava. I like this 1 hour radius. My job is to take care of art in public spaces and deal with other visual elements like advertisements, visual smoke, and so on in the city. So it is a big challenge, but also a big opportunity to be able to change something for better. Trenčín is only the second city in Slovakia to have this position, and it was opened because Trenčín will be the European Cultural Capital in 2026. Due to this prestigious title, the local and the national governments are obliged to invest in cultural infrastructure. But as I said before, we like to repair, so mostly it will be only reconstructions and revitalizations of existing infrastructure. But anyway, this was also done 10 years ago when Košice, and many of you visited it, we had a congress there. And Košice was in 2013 the European Capital of Culture, and they also reconstructed, and it proved to be beneficial for cultural diversity of the city and the whole region, although nowadays it's a bit difficult to fill all these renovated buildings with an adequate program. Also in Trenčín there are big plans, like the reconstruction of an old railway bridge, but in general, the focus has shifted from art exclusive to more community inclusive projects. But one might ask, if on one hand we want public participation and cultural diversity, but on the other hand we spend millions of euros on infrastructure based on a rather vertical decision making, don't we get trapped in a vicious circle? Back in the times of communism, with its monumental buildings, the regime did not really ask people about their opinion. Now the size doesn't matter anymore. What matters is how people will use these spaces. And I think it is very important that the public institutions and independent culture cooperate. And also with the help of such large projects like the European Capital of Culture, we can make our local governments realize that art and cultural diversity are important parts of our lives. So, can we do it? I believe yes, although I have my doubts, so I leave this question open to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. And now I would like to invite Jasmine Amuson, who is approaching right now. And she'll speak, the title of the presentation is No New York Habits, Southern Diplomacy in Atlanta's Cultural Engineers. Jasmine is from Atlanta. She represents AICA USA, and she's a writer and editor. The floor is yours.
Sorry. Okay, that was much louder than I thought. So the remote work? Hi, thanks, Omar. Also, thanks for changing the vibe in the room. I'm feeling really great about how things went. So I'm from Atlanta. I was formerly the editor-in-chief of Burnaway, which is an art magazine based in Atlanta, but we cover the 13 Deep South states, and including the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Cuba. And I'm going to talk about how much I love Atlanta and how much I hate New York. So, on the eve of rapper T.I.'s 40th birthday, he gave an interview with Vulture magazine, which is based in New York. The interview was a mess, and it culminated in this exchange where, after the interviewer has tried to get T.I. to agree that New York rap is the best, T.I. blandly refuses. The interview set the city on fire. In what was supposed to be about an artist's 20-year career and the future of the musical genre he created, of course, became about a New York publication asking a Southerner to agree with its own perceived greatness in a forum that was ostensibly provided for his own celebration. The reaction in the city was so visceral because our memory is long, and it is just another instance in the long history of New York provincialism, condescension, and paternalism. The last time New York could have had any say in what Atlanta's art and culture could be was in 1962, when the entire philanthropic class flew from Atlanta to Paris to buy art in an effort to replicate the European New York art institutional model. All but 2 people, a flight attendant and the pilot, on that flight died, and at the time it was the worst airline disaster in history. France responded by donating some sculptures, setting up a cultural attaché in the city, and has remained a very close friend. Atlanta has permanent professional companies in all classical art forms, opera, ballet, symphony, and theater, but we have no paintings. We have no school of thought about painting. We have no painters. We don't have painters, so we don't have art. And because we have no art, we do not exist. Our non-existence is only alluded to through the responses of others. New York, when asked by our mayor for help after the Orly plane disaster, and certainly in a position to, said no and decided to write the city off for almost 6 decades. When Atlanta received the 1996 Olympics, the New Yorker put this image on the cover, even though Atlanta is majority black, hasn't had a white mayor since 1970, and has never been a farming city. His sash says howdy, which is not a Georgian saying, it's Texan. And in every Olympics since then, Georgia has cleaned up with more gold medals per capita than any other state, and the University of Georgia is home to more gold medals than any other American institution. The state of Georgia ranks dead last in the United States for arts funding, which, America is bottom 20 when it comes to an art funding anyway. So Atlanta responded by doing what we had to do, what we always do. We went to work, building an infrastructure for our own art in a system that we built ourselves. We built the world's busiest, best, and most important airport, helping to facilitate the largest refugee resettlement program in the country, which has produced the most diverse 5 square miles in the country, with more nations, languages, religions, and ethnicities represented than anywhere but the United Nations campus. In 1994, Spencer Cox, a young gay man from Atlanta, redesigned clinical trials and pushed the development of protease inhibitors, which changed the treatment of HIV overnight, even under the shadow of the Hardwick Supreme Court decision, which upheld anti-gay sodomy laws brought to the Supreme Court, of course, by a young man from Atlanta. In 1994, 2 17-year-old boys from Atlanta, known as Outcasts, got up on stage at Madison Square Garden, where the entire room of New Yorkers booed them after they won Best New Artist. Since the early 2000s, every single #1 artist on the Billboard Hot 100 that is not Taylor Swift or Beyonce has been from Atlanta, but we have no paintings. We are home to the oldest feminist bookstore in the United States, 13 historically black colleges and universities, 2 of the 7 sisters, all female colleges, and we have one of the most educated populations in the country, and are currently the center of the American political universe, because we're going to send a former president to prison. We sent 2 Democrats to the Senate, a black reverend and a millennial Jewish journalist from Al Jazeera, whose special elections on January 5th saved democracy and nearly ended it the next day. Never mind that New York could have dealt with Donald Trump in the 70s. But still, no paintings. Oh. Aha! Our most famous artists are uncollectible, unsellable. They don't make paintings and they don't make objects. Passaquan, St. Ohm, Howard Finster, Nellie Mae Rowe, Beverly Buchanan, and RuPaul, they make what is usually called artist environments. Since what we do is incapable of being commodified, it is not art and not real, and the writing we do about ourselves is not considered criticism, which is why I, as the editor-in-chief of an art magazine, was denied membership into AICA International twice. Our cultural engineering serves a for us, by us, freely democratic anti-capitalist vision, which is antithetical to what is currently called the art market. Nothing we do, from saving American democracy to the surrealist fever dream of Donald Glover's award-winning television show, Atlanta, to the posy-trolled joy of Little Nas X and his Old Town Road, to the organizing and protection of our old-growth forests against Cop City, will ever be covered in Frieze or Art Forum, which is just as well, since Art Forum pays $50 a review. Why should we, I, want anything to do with that, with the policies that New York, as our art capital, has pursued to get there? In 2020, I drove down Moreland Avenue to a clinic outside the CDC and signed up to do the most patriotic thing I've ever done and give up ownership of my body for 3 years to test a vaccine to end the coronavirus pandemic. The day I was unblinded and told that I had gotten the real thing, that it worked, that my name was written in blood on the history of the world, that we were going to stop the dying, I had to stop my car on the way home because I couldn't stop crying, thinking about everyone who had worked together to create the single most incredible piece of art you or I will ever have the privilege of witnessing. This was the sign up at Club Blaze that day, the strip club parking lot on Moreland Avenue where I pulled over to have a breakdown. Atlanta has no paintings, but we do have art. Thank you. I went through that really fast. I thought that was going to take longer.
You still have some more time for discussion.
Oh, do you want to ask me something? I thought this was going to take longer. I spoke really fast, but if anything,
Maybe let's have the last presentation and then we'll have half an hour for this.
Yeah, sure.
Which is great.
Thanks. Oh yeah, because it's recorded.
There's one more.
Hello, I am Beran Madra from Istanbul. I am the honorary president of AICA Turkey. I would like to present my thoughts for this very timely conference with the title After the Past and Before the Next Future. I would like to contribute to this debate from the non-European Union region where most of the official institutions are still administrated with 20th century modernist infrastructures. I will concentrate on the question, what is the condition of institutional networks in conflict zones? What are the institutional forms of censorship and responses from art criticism? What is art and criticism beyond the institutions? And how art institutions facing the crisis we are experiencing. I was born in 1942. My generation have witnessed and experienced all kinds of wars, crises, I am sorry to say many massacres in this geopolitical region. Living in Turkey, in East Mediterranean and Middle East, the most intricate historical region of the world, means to live on the edge of perpetual crisis. In this perpetual crisis-stricken region, we in the art world continuously tried and still try to adapt to the severe political, economic, cultural transformations that are shaking up our lives, but continue to fulfill the tasks in the art and culture scene. At first, in 1990s, we experienced globalization as a new utopia, which has immediately polluted itself with the current neo-capitalist and post-truth regime. The global socio-political order we are going through has been named as post-truth. This is happening very strongly in the world. We are witnessing that political and economic powers intervene in every angle of individual and social life, and particularly to our basic belief in so-called truth. But artists and art experts cannot sacrifice truth. It is the main component of art making, art production, and art criticism. Therefore, we will continue. We are also experiencing the evolution of neo-capitalism towards a new rigidity which is called zombie capitalism. It is not accurate to speculate, but we are watching an unprecedented scenario. Frankly, despite the lifelong experience, I did not expect the current intricate and dark developments happening between Russia and Ukraine, and now in Israel and Palestine. Especially after all what happened in 1990s in the neighboring Balkan area. We unexpectedly entered into this new crisis. Now, a different and unpredictable order must be adopted, and this will probably be experienced in art and culture scenes all over. Global political and economic activity is also being structured according to this big impasse. Artists, art experts, journalists from war regions are now migrants or refugees. We witness now also techno-feudalism with artificial intelligence, which pushes the boundaries of art production and digitizes it from production processes to the process of reaching the society. A new challenge for artists, art experts, as well as the art market. However, this push is interfering into the concepts, forms, and aesthetics of contemporary art, which actually should be defined by artists and art critics. So this is another challenge. After repeating these well-known problems, the question is, what is the function and vision of global art and culture within these conditions? First of all, artists with their works and activities have created and continued creating awareness, knowledge, and resisting strategies about all these problems during these crises. This is also the age of visual language, knowledge, culture, and information, which can affect much wider audiences than ever before. Digital technologies, if articulated and expressed freely, have provided a collective verse for the verbal and visual critical thinking. With its creative, independent, free character, the most effective tool of communication, collaboration, and participation is provided by artists with relational aesthetics and multifarious ways of creating visual language. The visual language of contemporary artworks provide an independent understanding and interpretation possibilities for diverse communities. However, again, this field is at the same time the major promotion component of global industries, culture industry, and now capitalism. In order to resist the negative influences of this order, it needs a more effective support from the public and official financial sources. The culture industry and neo-capitalism has no reconcile with contemporary art. The relational aesthetics of this contemporary production empowers the theoretical and practical communication and collaboration between all sciences, humanities, and academic divisions, as well as between all the realities of human life in this planet. New rules and securities and possibilities should be established for the benefit of artists and art experts within this order. Effective reading of artworks, which includes making predictions based on prior knowledge, checking understanding, asking questions, is first of all an essential parameter for an intellectual achievement, but also an ability to overcome the confusions created by politically and economically manipulated information, visual pollution, and excess of tragedy. Art production should have new priorities, new institutional infrastructures created and supervised, especially by artists and art experts, to overcome the effect of these crises. For example, the Biennale generated for the Society of Spectacle and the culture industry provides a system for dissemination of global art production, facility for large public to evaluate artworks. Through the relational aesthetics and critical content of the artworks, people are invited to follow up important concepts, ideas, statements, and interpret and get involved in the debates of contemporary art subjects. The Biennale should have a new infrastructure, giving priority to the knowledge, intellect, and awareness needs of the public through the proposals and projects of artists. During these two pandemic years, online activities provided a wide range of information and criticism. the art and culture NGOs have fulfilled their responsibility with various conferences, seminars, presentations of exhibitions provided by online possibilities. These NGOs should be empowered in financial and logistic issues. However, even if the consciousness about the effect of cultural policies on the development of democracies is widened and emphasized, the progress in many societies it is too slow and shallow. In non-democratic regions, obstacles stand in the way of contemporary art productions, and its usefulness is limited. Throughout half a century, cultural sector of European Union and these non-democratic countries have been meeting at the forums and discussing this theme from different angles and perspectives. These meeting platforms for private official cultural sectors, as well as NGOs of politically or geographically opponent or allied countries, have created an opportunity for cultural and artistic exchange, even if it is on more individual level, and they could push the participants of different or dissonant cultural backgrounds to take on more tasks and responsibilities to equalize their positions in global art scenes. In fact, much wanted reciprocity between cultures take place in these platforms as a spark. To keep this spark alive is a very pressing issue. Thank you.
That was Bera Madra from AICA Turkey, and as she's not with us, I think that we can use all those chairs, 4 chairs we have here. So I would like to invite all speakers, each of them, to come here and take one of those chairs before we pass to questions section. Yeah, according to what now we have something like half an hour for discussion. Arkadiusz, yes? Arkadiusz? Okay, so we're gonna leave around 2 o'clock. Okay. So I can see that there's already one person who has a question.
Yeah.
It works.
I don't know. It's not really a question. It's I just wanted to say to our in 1987, I think, there was a double exhibitions. One called France in Atlanta, and another one called Atlanta in France, and I was the curator.
We're friends. Atlanta
Sorry?
and France really go. We're friends. Atlanta and France are friends.
In France it was the Ministry of Culture, Jacques Lang, and in Atlanta it was the city that was paying this. I don't remember the name of the mayor, but it was very, very well known. Anyway, so just to say, but it's kind of joke. So there are some painters in Atlanta, you know, and because I had to show them in France, you know, I mean not only painters, but anyway. And the selection I did was, I don't care about that, but there were more or less 40% of women, and some, of course, not white people. It doesn't matter. That's it. And I always have at home it's a watermelon. That's you know Ned Cartledge. It's one very old artist. Maybe he's dead. So I have Atlanta in my home. That's all.
Hi, thank you very much for this very passionate panel, I have to say, maybe the most passionate of the whole week. Thank you, Jasmine, for your contribution. I think you really pointed out something really important, meaning who decide and who makes the rules and how we deal with the rules that are existing in terms of defining what has value and what has not. And it made me think about the fact that UNESCO, for example, doesn't consider constructions that are not made out of perennial material to be inscribed in their chart of protection. So, for example, a lot of traditional architecture from the African continent cannot be protected or suppressed because it cannot fit into this grid of rules. So, listening to you and then thinking about what we consider high standards culture and what's not, I think the most important thing out for all of us today is really to imagine a future where these rules not only should be discussed but also reinvented. And that's maybe also something that can connect to other papers that we listen today. So it's just a general comment. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. You know, like this is the most traditional art environment I've really ever been in my life. And like I come from a street art and like guerrilla urbanism sort of background. So this has been a new experience for me, but like I'm here because if not me, then who else is going to make the case that what I'm seeing and writing about and caring about is like worth it. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Hi, Jasmine. I have to chime in on, you know, AICA USA, right? And I hope you come and write for the EMAG for us. We would love to have you. I have to put, please, anyone, you know, we want more writers in this room from the EMAG. I have to put my little advertisement in. But I'm wondering if you, my impression of Southern art is very embedded into portraiture, that the plantation owners loved portraiture. And I'm wondering, and a lot of the contemporary portraiture people today end up, when they become famous, of course, move to Connecticut and New York. But I'm wondering if you've explored that the portraiture, that art, you know, painting in the South was heavily grounded in the Southern plantation era. So,
well, to me, that's just European. Like that's right. But that's
I'm just pointing that out.
So I don't think that that's Southern in any way. I think that's just old world behaviors in a new location. I don't think that I can't name anyone in Atlanta living and working today that does portraiture or even like figurative painting, because we don't really, again, we don't have paintings. We have, you know, artist environments like Paradise Gardens, which is, you know, there are figures in that artist environment, but they are religious or holy, and they're not quite human. So I just reject that Southern culture has anything to do with portraiture whatsoever.
Now my turn. So I have a question or a remark to Omar Mirza concerning the Slovak art scene and art infrastructure, because you were speaking about the demolition of the buildings for the cultural institutions. But, you know, I have some experiences. I don't know if they are actual, as I was curating an exhibition in Košice. There was this new investment, Kazerne, old army barracks, which were renovated for the sake of culture. And there was a very strange connection, because the Kazerne was connected with Waterpool in Košice, and Waterpool was a Kunsthalle. Waterpool, a big hall, in the ground, which was covered with an artificial floor, and we had the exhibition there. I observed such incredible work relations in this place, where the curator who was collaborating with me, his nearly half of his income was a special reward each month. So, as the institution did not manage with enough workers to put up our exhibition, the curator was punished each time by removing half of his income. It was incredible. Yes, Białkowski is looking at me, and he doesn't believe me. Yeah. Moreover, the director of this kaserne was a former director of the water pool there. So it is. I understood that it was not only a problem in investments, but also a problem with politicians and cultural politics. In Slovakia, but it was in Košice. It is very, very to the east of Slovakia. And next observation that I think that these festivals, European culture capitals, are the biggest illness of European Union cultural politics. And I observed it in the Ruhrgebiet. What happened there and where went the money to painting roads in colors, surface of the roads. And in Košice it went to Kaserne, which is absolutely unpractical for art exhibitions because it is too hot inside, the rooms are too small, so only the water pool left for an exhibition, in fact. The same observed in Wrocław, unfortunately, which was also the European culture capital, that the money went nobody knows to what, to festivals, to march of the ghosts in the streets. And so I really, how to say, not complain, but I have a lot of empathy to you that you will be working in Trenčín, and Trenčín will be the culture capital, because it will result, you cannot even imagine what will happen in your city. So it is only, I think, to warn you, because this bridge, this will be just, the symbol of this culture capital, and no artist and no culture will benefit from this at all. So this is what I wanted to comment on your.
Yeah, thank you. I know what's coming ahead. And I also been very much following what was happening in 2013 in Košice. And as you said, there is the kasárně, which I showed on one picture, and there is this old swimming hall that has been used like Kunsthalle, but it's not used for art anymore. There's a small exhibition space in the basement, but this central space where you have the old swimming pool is used for congresses or for other things, not really. And I touched upon this subject, but since I didn't have time, I couldn't evaluate more on the problem or the topic of European City of Culture and this whole cultural policy that goes with it, that I understand is very problematic. But on the other hand, I kind of have hope that we learned from our old problems and in Slovakia especially, and I see it in Trenčín that the focus is shifted more not on building new huge infrastructure or just renovating, but also on making it sustainable, the program, and that it will kind of help the local. Not only art, because it's not only about art, it's about culture in the broadest sense. So it's not only that, okay, we have to have a new art gallery. It's about like fostering culture and for the future making new possibilities to develop. But I see that entrenching, and who knows how it ends up. Maybe it will be a disaster. But I think there is a lot of energy, and what I wanted to say with this, that it can persuade the local politicians and the national politicians to invest in the cultural infrastructure. Actually, it's like one of the only possibilities in Slovakia we have, because when the city gets this prestigious title, the local politicians or the local government is obliged to support it. I mean, you don't get, most of the finances is not from the European Union, it's from the local government. So this is a tool to make the politicians realize that, hello, there is something like culture and needs to be supported. So this is what this is what my, like, maybe idealist and kind of a very positivistic relationship towards this is. But I know the problems, not only in Košice, but elsewhere also. In most of the cities who are European cultural capitals had problems.
I would only say that there is always a lot of the local energy when the city receives this title, and afterwards it is a big disappointment after this happens. This is point one. And point two is, of course, that mostly these are money, the national money, which goes to this city. But please observe who will get this money at the end in Trenčín.
Yeah, and I think it's also
There's
important.
a lot of corruption around this, a political corruption. This is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, but I think it's also important not to expect too much. And then you won't get disappointed. So, you know, just to stay really... it's also for not only for art and culture, but the whole life. Don't expect too much.
Okay, I think I have just 2 points. One's a point and one's a question. Jasmine, I don't know whether you were aware, and I don't know whether anyone else is, that there was a major show curated by Hannah Collins and Paul Goodwin, Art and Resistance in the American South, called We Will Walk, and it's on YouTube. There's a very good walkthrough. It was a really extraordinary curatorial project, only shown in the UK in the Turner Contemporary, with artists, yard art, musicians. So there's a much greater awareness now of the range of art activity from Atlanta and the South, I think, through that project. The second issue is to do with your wonderful romp through Slovakian politics and culture. I think our big task is to persuade funders to move priorities from building-based venues, which are prestigious and carry all kinds of issues. You talked about corruption and political competitiveness, to programming activity and to developing artist agencies and networks. The reason this doesn't happen, and having been a funder for 13 years of my life, you're constrained by accountants and the bureaucracy because they don't like to deal with how money is managed beyond building-based venues because it's more dispersed, it isn't centralized. There are all kinds of issues, accounting issues, which prevent bureaucracies from dealing with non-building-based projects. And I think it's our task as critics to get to grips with this kind of infrastructural issue, to shift funding from building-based venues, which, of course, they get the funding, but then they have to account for it through retail income, and they are made to be in competition with each other to get funding, which is actually a negative against collaboration and broadening infrastructure, which is what we need.
Okay, thank you. I have a small comment and I think a big question. I would like to thank all of you for this very important panel. I would like to thank Rui Gonçalves Capeda for his presentation, and I think we need this kind of sensitivity in Poland now. I deal with dialogic projects and non-violent communication in art world, and I think we should really change thinking and talk about citizens, not about viewers. And that the problem is not the left liberal or conservative worldview, but populism itself. And the populism is located on different sides of the political scene in different countries. And my question, open question for all panel participants, please indicate one most key good practice involving people in civic participation in culture, from your point of view. Thank you.
Examples. I have a couple. I'm trying to see what's the most appropriate one for this kind of situation. Slightly one. So London base, it was Pier Gallery. That's all the UK-based AICA members know the Pier Gallery. It was run by Ingrid. She left, retired. He had a project for 10 years with a collaborative artist that their work was to work with the local community. The local community, which are not English, they come from Eastern countries, they come from Asian countries, they don't know each other. And the only thing that that collective done was to go and create a relationship with the community, different communities within that community, and bring them together until they form a community, until they overcome what the local borough was meant or was decided what they should be. And from the nothing, they create a public garden, they create a public, where the place you cook is a kitchen. Sorry. They create a public kitchen. They had moments in the different communities, within the communities, were getting together to share experience, to share their history. So you'd have people with their 80, 70 years old that don't speak a word of English, but their sons do speak. And the sons wanted the moms or the parents or grandparents to be part of that community, which is a wider UK community, to bring their own histories and to enrich that community. So it, from the bottom to the up, it overcame what the political want those communities to be. That's just one example, fortunately, between many. But it has to come from the within. We can't expect the political, because the political only asks us to be audience, just the viewers. So they can do that, as someone was saying, get the money and buy the nice, and get the nice houses facing the sea.
Okay. Georgia has a runoff system for voting, which is it's anti-black and it's used to dilute the power of black voters. There's only 2 states in the country that have this, and they're both southern, Georgia and Louisiana. So it means that Georgians have to vote a lot because every election goes to a runoff. So the election of Reverend Warnock and John Ossoff are 2 new senators that saved democracy. They both were runoffs, and Americans also are notoriously extremely lazy when it comes to voting. We don't vote, but the future of the country was on the line, and in 2021, we had to do this multiple times, but in 2020, when we were still COVID-y, the most popular place in Atlanta is a strip club called Magic City, And at Magic City, two rappers who have been fighting with each other for decades decided to have a rap battle at Magic City, and it was like honestly one of the most tense. Like it felt like the Good Friday Agreement or something. Like, can they come to the table and like get over this? And Stacey Abrams, who built the machine that broke Georgia Blue, came to Magic City and spoke to this room full of rappers and strippers and everybody at home watching, and gave instructions on how to vote, gave instructions on how to register. And over the next 3 days, Vote.org said that they noticed a 20% increase in voter registrations after the Gucci Mane versus Young Jeezy rap battle at Magic City. And Warnock and Ossoff were elected by less than 5,000 votes. So when you're talking about like that narrow percentage, that 20% is why that election was so successful. And she was smart enough to know that the most eyes she's ever going to get on her is at this rap battle at the strip club, and it worked, and it paid off. And she met the culture where it is, and the culture did its job, and the culture was an active democratic activity, and so meet the culture, meet us where we're at, and we're at the strip club.
Can I just compliment something that I just forgot, and I think is very important for this question of the distribution of power, is that what Ingrid told me, because Ingrid was directed the gallery, she invited the collective to work with the community. What she told me is that my role is not to tell what the collective and the community are going to tell. My role is only to, if whatever they do physical comes to the gallery as a curator, I will organize the exhibition within the space. Nothing to do with the relationship and how the relationship between the collective of artists and the community happens. If there's something,
make a space for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I just add to it, because today is November 17th, when we in Slovakia and in Czech Republic celebrate the end of communist regime. And in Slovakia, it was in 1989, in November, it was artists who were very important, and not only artists, but cultural people working in culture, also actors and so on, that they were very important in formulating the new ideas and organizing meetings and all this. So I think this is a good example. We can also look behind and maybe see that our role in society is not just to paint nice pictures that you can hang on your wall, but we can also speak up and try to change something, and there is a lot of people doing it, and artists, and for example, in Slovakia, every time you have protests, there are actors speaking up on the tribunes, just of course because they know how to speak well. But anyway, I mean, and also not only artists, but art critics, and like each of us, it's important that we are not just focusing on our world and get locked inside these theoretical discourses, but also that we see things in broader sense and try to do something for society or for democracy.
To add something to this, one of the reasons that I think something like infrastructure is interesting and is a good lens for these kind of civic engagement is that so much slips underneath that word and is kind of hidden beneath that word. And one of the things that I've been reflecting on, I suppose, is, especially in the UK context, the amount that comes beneath this expectation that civic participation and engagement has the same institutions and that they still exist and they still work. Like we've talked about democracy kind of slipping away in various different ways. And I'm a big fan of the Tony Bennett idea of the exhibitionary complex. Like a museum produces liberal Western imperial subjects by making people look at oneself in that order. How the contemporary public sphere has changed because of lots of different shifts, post-democracy, post-truth, etc., makes for a different kind of civic engagement alongside the things that people have said here. And an artist like Baha Nourizadeh, who works with protocols as an educational method for engaging different kinds of citizenship, that would be something that I suppose would be interesting to add to the different layers or situatedness that you get.
Yeah, so thank you again, and I just would like to add a further note of encouragement to you in particular, Omar, and to Jasmine. Omar, for the European Capital of Culture, I've got a positive note to strike, because we did it in Brussels in 2000, and for once, this use of public money was not resulting in accentuating the Belgian mass, but instead of building, repairing the infrastructures, and there are a lot to repair in Brussels, for the ones who have visited you can see, but actually Brussels 2000 really supported initiatives or organizations that found a perennity in the cultural landscape. One of the most important was the first initiative that put together Flemish and French-speaking communities in a festival of performing arts, which is the Kunstenfestival des Arts, which is one of the most brilliant festivals in Europe. And that was a result of the European Capital of Culture. And many other organizations, so not buildings and institutions, departed from the European capital. And so that's why Brussels is now trying to do it again, a second time. Maybe Trenčín will do it in 20 years also, in 2013. And an invitation also maybe, if New York is so looking down to Atlanta, but I should suggest, Jasmine, that we all together could make a bid for Atlanta being a European Capital of Culture. Why not? Europe is a concept, it's not a territory.
That was the last comment, yeah, we have. So I would like to thank once more our speakers for their wonderful presentation. Response. I'm sorry.
That's quite kind. I'd love to be a European capital, mainly because, as I said, Georgia ranks dead last in one of the worst funded arts countries in the world. So that means I get 14 cents for every dollar that arts funding that comes into the state. But I'm quite happy with being the center of the American universe right now. And I think that, I don't know. We don't have the weather or the temperament to be a European culture capital. And we're also a little more freaky than I think. Most of our cultural infrastructure is about sex or it's about rap, and so I really see that not playing well. And those are two things that don't really do well with snow or things like that. So I'm going to continue enjoying being very, very American.
Yeah, but Europe is not only about snow, and actually sex, drugs, and rock and roll and rap could add up to liven up maybe the very serious European cultural policies. So I'm for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Are they that serious, though? Two announcements. First, we invite all of you for lunch to Villa Frederica. And we have to be back at 3, so we can start Nikita Kadan's keynote lecture on time, and all of you who are going then to visit the museums of contemporary art and the National Museum are there on time. And another announcement,
Yes, about that trip, those trips, tours, please, the volunteers will guide you. So just divide yourselves into the Mozart group and the National Museum group. And please don't forget to take your food packages with you. Thank you.
Don't tell me anything about culture. I know. She doesn't she's not open for this dialogue. So this is just an illustration.
But do you think that if she was competent and looked like this and loves to paint herself that way, do you think that people would have not? But just think about what the start is.
I think if she were competent, she wouldn't paint like this. But anyway, I think it's okay to have a hobby. It's not a problem. But I think if she were like look at our president of Slovakia. I mean, she's very competent, but the way she presents herself is totally different.
Yeah, but
you can see from all the pictures she presents on social media and so on. You believe like she's competent. Just you see at the picture and then you see her actions and what she does, what she says. You're like, wow, this woman is great. But I mean, it's also the way of self-presentation. It's important to see how these people present themselves because they think they are better. And this is very problematic with many politicians. And if the minister was a man, I would show a man. It's not about sex. It's kind of
na te aplikacje Google. Z tego też odpali. Pracowników muszą być spotkani. Spróbujmy Google, ale nie będzie problemów technicznych na poziomie mikrofonu. Jest taki, że nie jest gotowe. Nie, no to ja to postawię zaraz.
Raz, dwa, raz, dwa. Raz, dwa, raz, dwa.
Znaczy nie, to nie zmienia faktu, tam nie ma czy Zoom, to jest to samo. Jakby muszę wejść urządzeniami do laptopa. Ale z Teamsa będzie łatwiej, tak? Bez znaczenia. To jest bez znaczenia. No, chodzi o to, że mam tam taką konferencję i potrzebuję chwilę czasu, a nie zgłaszam. Myślałem, że to było zgodne. I nie, że właściwie to nie działa. To jest ale czekaj, jesteś
And if no one else makes the case that it's got to be me, who else is it going to be?
Znaczy nie, proszę pana, nie musi być hybryda, w tym sensie nie musi być tak, jak było na tym Generalasa. Tylko wystarczy, żebyśmy się połączyli. To jest internet na sali, to nie ma tak. I nas będzie słychać nie. No właśnie, trzeba połączyć pas. Dlatego przepraszam, ale uda się to zrobić?
I hope so. I hope that we can move
Dobra.
just in general.
To zostańmy przy tym głównym. No dobrze. To zostaniemy przy tym głównym. Tak, to nie ma znaczenia. To jest kwestia wyboru aplikacji mikrofonowej.
The obsession with is awful. I hate it. And you know, I'm in art school and the paper.
Zmieniamy na Google Meet. Właśnie. Wyślę ci zaraz linka. I jemu też. Dobra. To proszę.
One more to know. One more. Where did you get coffee?
From the cafeteria. You have to go.
And that's right. And there's a cafeteria.
Yeah.
Coffee and tea.
Oh my God, it's a good position there.
I have anyway.
To będzie ten laptop, czy nie? Tak, tak. Not everyone can see you.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well.
Because in this crowd, I
Oh, so
stand
you
out.
took the cookies from the others. No, from us. Those are cookies from us. Yeah, I know.
Tutaj nie będę musiał zmieniać w trakcie slajdów.
Nie jest jedno zdjęcie, tylko ja się muszę zalogować teraz.
Teraz wszystko leci z mikrofonu, dobrze?
Teraz powinny być słyszalne mikrofony, te, które będą używane.
Te mikrofony tutaj też będą działały? Czyli mogę je wdawać
Tak,
do
tak,
słuchania?
można.
Yes, yeah, that's the best. Oh, this is interesting. It's there.
Dostałaś linka? To zapraszam.
I understand because in my previous life I
Hi, Nikita.
Hello.
Can
Hello.
you hear us?
Yep.
Great. We will start in 5 minutes if you don't mind, because we need a couple of minutes to collect all the people coming from lunch. Marta sent me a picture.
Yep.
Should I all keep it on view all the time?
If you can have it just near, near my face, like to share the screen between me and this image, this would be nice.
I'll try to do that. Okay, everything is ready. I will leave now for a couple of minutes and come back, then introduce you, and then we'll start. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
And just to make sure, would you mind if we take a few questions or comments from the audience afterwards?
Yeah, sure, but just please take into account that a group of people is waiting for me after, and
sure,
I couldn't stay for long with you.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have to finish at latest at 4. So if you even need to finish earlier, I think we can definitely make it.
I plan to have it for half an hour, not more.
Okay.
Maybe even like 20-something minutes.
Okay, I understand. So 1 more minute, I will tell all the people who are waiting outside to go in, and we're going on. Good afternoon, dear participants of the 55th AICA Congress, Contested Infrastructures. As announced, we are pressed on time, and therefore we need to start the last keynote lecture right now. Thank you all for discipline and coming on time. And above all, thank you to Nikita Kadan, who is our first keynote. I think he needs no introduction, definitely as an artist, but also a socially or politically active person. Therefore, without further ado, I give way to our keynote speaker, Nikita Kadan. Thank you, Nikita.
Yeah, thank you, Arkadiusz. Thank you. I don't know what to start from. There are too many stories, too many examples, and too complicated to generalize. Like, I will speak about museum on fire, about burning museum, and I have quite several recent images on my mind, like but more than a week ago, I scrolled the news and I've seen a photo of a big explosion crater in front of Odessa Fine Art Museum. And then images of destroyed museum rooms. In some of these rooms, there were artworks from temporary exhibitions, because permanent collection was moved out to storage. Actually, almost all Ukrainian museums have hidden their collections, but many of them still go on with temporary exhibitions. But also there are this type of huge artworks, like very big canvases, big sculptures, which just cannot be removed, and they suffer as well. So okay, I've seen a museum in rubble, museum which also have my works in collection, and it even wasn't the first time when it was shelled. Like a bit less than a year ago, it was heavily damaged by Russian missile strikes at Odessa port, which is closed. And building was damaged, artworks were damaged. But this is one of many museums and many art spaces, many prominent architectural examples, like Museum of Western and Eastern Art in Kiev, museum in Ivankiv with works by Maria Primachenko, which were saved by miracle. Museum of Grigory Skovoroda, Ukrainian Baroque philosopher. They were hardly damaged or totally ruined. Or museums which were looted, like historical museum in Kherson, like museums in Mariupol, Melitopol, in all the occupied parts of Ukraine, Crimean museums, or these small museums like local history museum in Popasna, which was destroyed because all Popasna is destroyed. town is just erased. It doesn't exist anymore. So this is like ongoing situation. Like we receive the news about destroyed houses, killed and injured people, like literally every day. We had no days without victims. And at least each month, we lose some important cultural place. The very fact that we still have something to lose, it means that Ukraine is like culturally quite a rich place. Otherwise, this war, which like goes on for 9 years already, and which just turned to a full-scale war in February 2022, it would just leave us literally without heritage. And such situation is very, very realistic. In fact, it sounds like complaining, even more like mourning. But let's try to look at it from a different perspective. In the first months of full-scale invasions, places like Yermilov Art Center in Kharkiv, like Voloshin Gallery in Kiev, and like National Museum of Ukrainian Art in Kiev, they were turned to shelters. Like National Museum was a shelter for its team, because like according to regulations, people from outside cannot be there. Yermilov Center in Kharkiv and Voloshin Gallery in Kiev, they were shelters for the people from art community, for those who knew about these venues and knew that they are situated in basements of the buildings. And people from Ukrainian art scene literally survived, staying inside of museums, art centers, and galleries. But even earlier in 2017, I visited a small town in Lugansk region in the east of Ukraine, just the place where like occupied zone has only checkpoint with territory controlled by Ukraine in Lugansk region, in a town called Stanitsa Luganska. And I came together with artistic and researchers initiative called DND, which investigates like cultural scene of industrial east of Ukraine. Like we came and we've seen working museum, open museum, with a huge hole in the roof, covered just by plastic, by some foil, because there was a missile strike which directly targeted the museum. and the second floor was hardly damaged. On first floor, there were guided tours, like showing the permanent installation to visitors. And in the basement, there was a big space where damaged exhibits from the second floor were just stored, like a really like absurd constellation of objects, mainly models of buildings and of factories, or like trains, like elements of transport industry, like very delicately made precious models from 1970s. And they were all broken. And they were placed there in the cellar, in the basement, like a little town in ruins, like microscopic town, but laying in rubble. But also, this basement was open for museum team and to the people, you know, from outside, from the streets and houses nearby, who went to the basement, not following official regulations, when this town was shelled. And imagine, people from the half-ruined town go to the basement of museum and they see broken model of their town. Broken model of the town looks almost the same like a model of broken town, model of destroyed town. It's like, you know, using like small copies of some real life objects, or some, you know, like puppets of real people in some magic rituals. Imagine your city is ruined and you go to hide from the shelling into the cellar of local museum, and you see the ruined model of your city, or the model of your ruined city. This looked like really something magical, in a very terrible sense. We really felt that we participate in some horrific ritual. In the beginning of full-scale invasion, in late February and in March of 2022, I was in Kiev. In the first days, I felt like so much shocked that I even didn't want to go to the bomb shelter. I stayed at my apartment and I decided that I should just watch all filmography by Ingmar Bergman, like all his films. I had an obsessive idea that when I watch all of them, then the war will be over. I was totally sure, like during the first 3 days. It means that sometimes just you create, you know, your own reality to escape. But then, my friends and like loved ones and so people who fled the country, they started to write me, to call me all the time. Happily, internet was on. And in fact, they forced me to go to the bomb shelter. But bomb shelter in my house was so ugly. I didn't want to go there. It was so wet and dirty. And then I was proposed to join the group of artists who used art gallery as a bomb shelter. And in this gallery, there was a big group, like artists with their families, but then one by one, they found a transport and fled to the west of the country. Some later went to Poland, later to Germany, to US. But during first days, we were there as a big team. But in a week, I remained there alone. And I was alone at exhibition rooms, because in the office there were people working in this gallery who had to take care of the space, who were responsible for it. And there was a storage with artworks, including historical ones, like modernist works from 1920s or 30s, or like Ukrainian postmodern artists of 70s, 80s, early 90s. And when I was alone in these exhibition rooms, I started to arrange small exhibitions around my mattress. That was my occupation for around 2 weeks. It was in this time when small towns around Kiev were occupied by Russians, when massacre in Bucha took place. And I was staying in the center of Kiev in an art gallery alone, arranging group exhibitions around my mattress. And I even wouldn't try to, build some symbolic superstructure on it. It was just an activity of a person in extreme situation. And there were plenty of people around, just not only surviving, trying to get food, to get water, to get medicine, but trying to, occupy themselves with something. And people in museum institutions, they were mostly busy with packaging works, preparing them to be transported when it will be possible. And they stayed in museum basements, not only for the purpose of hiding from missile hits, but for practical purposes of saving museum collections. But several of them told me that there were long hours without any activity. And they told that they just spent time together with artworks. And imagine if you understand that it might be your last weeks, last days. It was what many people felt. And You just spend time with certain painting, with certain sculpture, which you know very well. So I would say like new, like existential connection of museum teams with museum collections were built. But what happened after? When it was possible, when Russians stepped back from Kiev, when the main highway to the west wasn't dangerous anymore. Because Russians moved not only from the east but through Belarus, and the western direction was dangerous as well. Okay, when it was possible to evacuate the artworks, when many Ukrainian art collections moved to the west, the place including Poland or Lithuania, and when Ukraine took initiative in this war and have shown certain strengths Russians didn't expect, and when Western countries started to provide weapons and support us on a battlefield, what happened next? Certain ideological turn which influenced Ukrainian museums, Ukrainian art historical narrative, and Ukrainian representation of art and generally cultural life. This ideological turn is about what we know as cancel Russian culture, which was tactically very effective. Just cutting off Russian possibilities to influence international public opinion through certain cultural activities, like they did it in the period of 2014 to 2022. Maybe you remember what happened immediately after Russian annexation in Crimea, and same time with the start of war in Donbass. Manifesto Biennial in Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. The biggest international cultural event, which took place in a biggest Russian museum with a great international presence. This is what happened immediately when Russia started aggression in Ukraine. And normalization of first steps of Russian aggression in Ukraine, normalization, normalizing them in international and Western public opinion, it came very much through cultural mechanisms. And Russian propaganda discourse of so-called civil war in Ukraine, it wasn't only on Russia Today and media like that. No, it was discussed about on scientific and cultural conferences in major Western institutions. Okay, when in 2022, Ukraine and like those who decided to stand with Ukraine in the West, they started these cancel Russian culture activities, it was really effective. Somehow it helped to quickly isolate fascist Russian state. And it was a bit like, I would say, compensation for the years of just being blind to the process of turning, like of Russian Federation turning into openly fascist state. Because it wasn't recognized even by the brightest international minds when it was quite obvious in terms of common sense. Okay, so canceling of Russian culture started. But what happened next? And what happened in Ukraine? You know, there is a museum in Kiev. One museum which I really loved since my childhood when my parents took me there. This museum was called Museum of Russian Art in Kiev. Two-stored beautiful old house with maybe the biggest collection of Russian art outside of Russia. Actually, a brilliant collection. Like full of masterpieces, since Middle Ages to early 20th century. After annexation of Crimea and start of the so-called hybrid war, it was renamed. It was renamed into just National Museum, Kiev Art Gallery. But it created sort of paradox. Imagine you visit Kiev like tourist, or art critic or art historian or museum professional. Like you come to Kiev, for example, for the first time, and you want to attend Kiev Art Gallery. And what you see there? You see only Russian art. Now the collection is moved out, it's in the storage. And this museum tries to make just temporary exhibitions, and each one has a title which sounds in a really national patriotic way. Or Art Museum in Odessa, which I mentioned in a very beginning, which has a brilliant collection of Russian art. But now, when a Russian cultural presence is just erased from public discourse, when, in fact, if you speak about some Russian cultural figures, even from the past, not in a negative context, you can wait for quite tough reactions. It's very unpopular. But all the history of Ukraine inside of Russian Empire, and then as a Ukrainian Soviet Republic in the USSR, It's a period of really complicated relations, like multi-layered connections of Ukrainian and Russian cultures, which had very strong colonial, imperialistic, and repressive aspect. But also, like, had many other aspects inside. Like finishing my short speech, I'll tell just one story. Like I have one artwork which I made for exhibition in Lodz last year. It was about one monument which wasn't realized practically, which wasn't erected in the city of Kharkiv. It exists only as a sketch by a prominent Ukrainian modernist artist Vasyl Yermilov, a key figure of like constructivist art in Ukraine in Kharkiv of 1920s. Yermilov made the sketch of so-called monument to the president of planet Earth. It's a monument to Russian futurist poet Velimir Khlebnikov. In 1919, Khlebnikov spent the year in Kharkiv, in fact, in mental health hospital, hiding from conscription to Russian White Army during the like real civil war in Ukraine, which was also like part of disintegration of Russian Empire. So Russian Whites and Russian and Ukrainian Reds like used Ukrainian territory as a battleground, but there were different projects of Ukrainian nation state and Ukrainian Reds. So, in 1919, Khlebnikov stayed in Kharkiv, and a lot of young artists and writers, like people from different like artistic and cultural disciplines, attended him. And young Vasyl Yermilov was between them, and his communication with Khlebnikov strongly influenced further way of Vasyl Yermilov as an avant-garde artist. And after Khlebnikov's death, which followed in 1922, Yermilov made this monument to the president of planet Earth. Khlebnikov like claimed himself to be a president of planet Earth. And last year I made a small model of this monument and like VR reconstruction of how this monument could look like in Kharkiv today. So I placed it in the venue totally devastated by Russian shelling. It's about the question like how can we read Russian poems under the Russian missiles? But you know, for me, it's not a rhetoric question. Not a rhetoric question. And anyhow, I prefer to have an individual answer, not to be just a part of like national collective answer, that no, we cannot. And also it's about this construction called like Ukrainian modernism, and about impossibility to take the stones from the base of this construction, because then this building can fall down. So I'm waiting to certain kind of a return of new critical language, new decolonial and critical language, which could easily discuss such influences in a context of ongoing war. Because I hate to say it, but this war is for very, very long. And I'm waiting for the new steps of Ukrainian museums, which will critically integrate these very problematic questions into their narration. But we cannot demand this from institutions which physically survives here and now. And this is what still goes on. So new steps will follow. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. Do you still have a couple of minutes to take maybe 2 questions?
Yep.
Okay. Whoever wants to ask a question, please be brief and down to the point. And you can raise your hand.
Hello, Nikita. Thank you for your moving address. I'm Henry Merrick Hughes. We met many years ago in London, and
I'm sorry. Could you come, because we don't have a camera working now. So actually, if you want Nikita to see you, maybe it would be great.
Hello again. We met in a small gallery in London many years back.
Yep.
And I just would like to say to those who are present in this room that you are the youngest exhibitor in the Council of Europe exhibition we had. And this was, and we showed some rather horrifying graphic exhibit of yours, something like a dozen plates on which were black drawings on white of torture techniques from the CIA torture manual.
No, sorry, from Ukrainian police, not CIA. It was Ukrainian police.
I got it wrong. Better still. Better in a way, better still. And the point of why I'm saying it, in a sense, is that this was in not 2014. This piece was made, if I'm not mistaken, Nikita, in 2012. And that says...
It was made in 2009, 2010.
Okay, better still. Thank you for the correction. So it's very moving to see you today. And it's curious because we have been so blind for so long. And you have, at the very 2009, you must have been about 26, I suppose. Correction? Silence. And it is extraordinary. I salute your courage and your terrifying foresight. And I think we would all wish to join in applauding you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear Arkadiusz.
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize, but it really seems that now it's time for me to say goodbye.
I see. Can you stay with us for 10 seconds more?
Yes, sure.
I would like, if you may, everyone to stand up and give just a few seconds of silence in honor to all the heroic people who have fought in the war and still continue to do so. Thank you, Nikita, and thank you, everyone. It was an honor to host you, and we wish all the best of luck to you and all your colleagues and friends.
Yeah. Thank you, dears. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Sorry for this pause, but well, it was a very moving moment. I think we can all agree on that. And it's the thing that I wanted to suggest next was to all of you to come here so we can take a group picture for the very end of the conference. But before this happens, just a quick announcement and a quick comment. You have been very understanding and very generous with your participation throughout the whole Congress. And on behalf of all the organizers and sponsors and partners, I would like to thank all of you and just please give yourselves a round of applause because you really deserve it. Second of all, there are little lunch packs waiting for those of you who are going now to the museums. So you can pick them up at the registration desk. And at 7, I hope we can reconvene, but also meet in a more relaxed atmosphere and meet with the members, among all, of the Ukrainian community of artists and activists here in Kraków on Berka Joselewicza at the Intermedia department of the local Fine Arts Academy, where the collective Ukraina TV has found its home. I know they will be very, very pleased if at least some of you decide to join us, and I will definitely be there, and you are all welcome. And yeah, I guess Henry wants to add a couple of words.
Sorry, you don't want to hear from me again, but this seems to me the last moment when we're all more or less together. So I did just want to say in the briefest of terms, I'm sorry, I'm still somewhat upset by the last meeting, but express on behalf of all of us the enormous thanks I think we feel to you, Arkadiusz, and to Margareta, and not only to the two of you, but to the whole Polish section and all your volunteer helpers for making this a quite memorable Congress. And I think we'll all take away unforgettable impressions of AICA, of the institutions we visited, the universities, the galleries, of the wonderful city, of the hospitality of the people in the city. And what more can I say? But please, a very huge round of applause for our generous and thoughtful hosts.
So once you wipe your tears out, please come to the stage and let's have a picture. And later on, enjoy the National Museum and the Museum of Contemporary Art Mozart. Thank you once again. The tallest of you, including myself, should go down, so... And please invade also the back.
Ty jesteś niska, to mają tylko wysocysta. Chodź, proszę, staniemy za tą, za mównicą. Zaraz, zaraz! Chodź do nas, chodź tu na górę. A można tak robić? Cheese.
Wait a second. And I will do it with this. And second cheese.
Cheese. Cheese.
I think it's.
Do you want to be in the picture? Want to be in the picture?
Yes, that's good.
Jagna, teraz tak. A pan to nie rozumie.
Give us one more minute.
1, 2, 3.
Cheese.
Say Kraków.
Kraków.
And now na zdrowie.
AICA.
AICA.
And now say AICA.
AICA.
And last one. What now?
Thank you.
No, Arek.
Oh no.
Arek, Arek, Arek.
You know, I once said ARCA instead of AICA.
Well,
I think that's
No to idziemy.
there's also a small group of people going to an art gallery called UFO. If you want to go, look for me or Dorota.
Hello. We are heading to a small gallery called UFO, where I curated an exhibition. Those who saw my paper yesterday may remember me. We have an interesting exhibition called I Dream About Houses of Strange People, of a young Polish painter called Zuzanna Szary. So if you want to join us, there is a small group of people. Just find Arek or Dorota Monkiewicz or me. It's on the way to Mocek, to the Museum of Contemporary Art.